Good evening. It's Friday. Fridays are for Dilfs and for Darmstadt. Well, they used to be for Dilf and for Darmstadt, but tonight should, in theory, be our last season in charge with Darmstadt. We head into the final 6 games. We've got 4 league games left. We've got a semi-final against Sassuolo in the Conference League. I mean, so technically, if things go right, we might have our last 7 games. But we'll get to that in a moment. We will get to that in a moment anyway. Let's say hello, because there are some beautiful, beautiful faces in chat already this evening. We've got the glorious Houdini online. Or more accurately, we had the glorious Houdini online. Didn't have to pop back to work, but thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. I hope the weekend isn't too bad. Weekend of work coming up, absolute hell, but hopefully there'll be a chance to celebrate Eid and to rest up and just relax and enjoy. We also have the wonderful Levi. We have the glorious Maestro. Both of you, I hope you're doing very, very well. I hope you've got stuff planned for the weekend. Now, Levi's going to be watching... Well, Levi's got an awesome Saturday plan from the sounds of things, building a new terrarium. And then on Sunday, it's the PSV Ajax game. That should be spicy. That should be spicy. I honestly thought that after PSV and Feyenoord collapsed kind of at the turn of the year, that the league was pretty much done. But it's great to hear that there's a small chance. There's a small chance of reining Ajax back in. We have Kwan in. Welcome in, Kwan, my dude. I hope you're doing well. Now, Kwan, like we have been experiencing ourselves, has had a little bit of a struggle with the season. Not a great start, but turned it around. 4 wins in the last 9 games, only 1 defeat, now 2nd in the league. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible turnaround. Zerachul's here. Zerachul is in. Good evening, Zerachul. How are you doing, sir? Now, the Norwegian League finally starts again tomorrow. So after 4 months of waiting, how do you feel about your chances? Are you expecting good season? Has pre-season gone well? Or you're feeling a little bit on edge about it? G&G's here. Good evening, G&G. How are you, sir? We've got Coritiba in as well. Lovely, lovely to see you both. We have a couple of...
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Nevsky, you gentlemen, that's a resubscribe with your Prime. You only get 1 of them. You use it here. I am so very, very grateful. Thank you very, very much, my dude. Now, who do we have? I will catch up. I did see, by the way, is it Alicab? Alicab5561, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. We have Nightcrawler in over on YouTube. Good evening, Nightcrawler. How's your week been? Lovely to see you. So, Nevsky, finally get to watch this live. Marvellous. Welcome on in. I will apologise in advance. Oh, no, you've been watching the vlog, so you love all the content. Marvellous. So, you know how chaotic it can get. We should hopefully have some fun this evening as we head into the last part of our spell with Darmstadt, and then we have to work out where we go next. We have Sherbs in, we have El Norby in, we have Meanwolf in as well. Lovely to see you all, my guys. Lovely to see a couple of you again for the 2nd time today. I'm amazed that you come back. I mean, I popped it over in Discord. Even I'm sick of myself. This is potentially the 3rd time I've graced people's screens today, which is sickening. So Sherbs is going to the Charlton Huddersfield game this weekend, then West Ham away at Wolves on Tuesday next week. That's jam-packed. So, I mean, I've always thought you were a West Ham fan, Sherbs, but do you often go to Charlton games as well? Do you support Charlton? Or is it just a case of they're reasonably nearby and there's an opportunity to go to a game? So Maestro says, in the midst of it so over, Janice Musterman found within himself an invincible "we are so back" is going to be my new favourite line. We are so back. We're not. So Zerachel, last season finished 13th after 10 rounds. Were 13th after 10 rounds, ended up 4th. So I'm hoping for a decent start. I mean, if you get a decent start, does that mean you start thinking about actually winning the league? Because yeah, if after the first 10 games, say you're around 4th, 5th, 6th, are you anticipating you're going to have that second half surge as well? Because that would be incredible. Right, shall I catch you guys up? Shall I catch you guys up on where we are with the save as it stands right now? We have played 30 games and our form has been a little bit meh. So occasionally, right down at the bottom of the screen in the bottom left, we've got the last 10 games up there. And we've actually won a decent amount of our last 10 games. We've won like 5, we've lost 3, drawn 2, or something kind of along those lines. But in the league, it hasn't actually been that good. So if we head on over here, let's go and see our Bundesliga form. We ended the last stream with an astonishing 4-1 away win against Stuttgart. And that brought to end a 9-game winless streak. And somehow, remarkably, we are still within touching distance of Europe. The only problem being is that we have an away game against Bayern Munich in our remaining 4 games. We've got a home game against Freiburg, who are one of the teams we're fighting for that last European spot. Before that, we will head into a game against bottom of the table Hamburg. You know how we've been against bottom of the table sides. That's probably going to be a struggle. And we finish against Kaiserslautern, who we did beat earlier this season, but we've generally been a little bit iffy with them over the years. What has happened, however, is we've been winning in the Conference League. A 12-3 aggregate win over Dinajka Streda in the quarterfinals. Hopefully, that's given us a little bit of momentum. We might have only won one of our last 9 league games, but in all competitions, we are also unbeaten in 5. So fingers crossed we should be doing well. So this is the lie of the land. We are 1 point behind Gladbach, who've already played this weekend. So if we win our game, we move up to 7th. Freiburg could jump ahead of us if they win by a big enough goal margin. Neither of us have particularly impressive goal difference in that respect. There is still, I'd say that Hanover is still in the fight very much as well, but it's going to be tight going into these last 4 games. Assuming we don't shit the bed, lose to Hamburg, lose to Bayern, and then we're already finding ourselves cut adrift with 2 games remaining. So I feel like we should still be in a fight for it. But the question comes, we play Hamburg, then we've got the semi-final. Do we completely throw the game against Bayern to make sure we have players rested for the second leg? Do we throw the Hamburg game to make sure we have players rested for the first leg? Because we are going to be stepping down at the end of the season. And surely a European trophy is a much, much more exciting thing than finishing 7th in the league, right? So, Sherbs, it's your first time at Charlton. You needed a footy fix over the international breaks, going with my best mate and our dads. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Kill's in. Welcome in, Kill. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's your week been? So I've moved everything forward to the next game. Last match out was the first time we'd been able to name a bench filled with our senior players. Since then, Pazarek picked up his 3rd yellow card or 5th yellow card or whatever and is suspended. Hu Yin, who was going to be the backup for Pazarek, picked up an injury. And Shitaki picked up an injury during the course of the week. So we're back to having youth players on the bench. We're not quite at full strength, but we should hopefully be all right.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Jabbets, that's 4 months. 4 months you've been subscribed now with your Prime as well. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, so we've got Adarabayo starting at right back. We've moved that down to a support role because Adarabayo is not an attacking player. And we're going to hope that we can kind of make our way through, muddling our way with the lineup we've got here. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll start on balance. That's what we were playing with in the last time. Hamburg are going to be playing another 4-2-4 diamond. We've seen a lot of that recently. And so the 4-3-3 worked quite well against it in the last couple of games. So we'll try that. We'll try that, see how it goes. So Sherbs, you live fairly nearby, so easy to get to. Millwall technically closest, but I refuse to go to the den out of principle. A wise choice. So Nevsky, what's the plan? To stay in Germany or go elsewhere? We will see what the save serves us. So we're generally going to try and stay at fair weather climates. So, you know, maybe Netherlands, maybe France, maybe the UK, maybe Northern Italy. But that depends what offers we get. We might only get offers from Spain or Portugal or something like that. And, you know, if that's what happens, we kind of don't want to be sitting out of a job for too long. So, yeah, we'll just see. Maybe we stay in Germany. Maybe we hope to pick up a bigger job there where we've got a more realistic chance of putting together a squad that can compete at the top. I'm going to say relax. We told them to relax before the Stuttgart game. Stuttgart are clearly much better opposition. But let's see if maybe that's what's been missing over this run, is that we just haven't made them feel at ease, made them feel comfortable and loved and appreciated. And so we'll give that a go. We'll see how that fares for us. Good thing we're only meeting teams below us. Oh, wait. Yeah, indeed. We're getting self-sacked. We need to win the fucking league. Then Conference League. I mean, it has league in the title, right? So that counts. That counts. Welcome in, Catch22. How you doing, my dude? Happy Friday, indeed. Angel is over at Angel, over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you, my dude. Hope you're doing well. Sakraj says Musterman hasn't warmed up since Finland. I mean, we've done all right. We saved ourselves from Abdullah. I swear I am making that disappointed noise about Abdullah's name more than I am celebrating and singing a song. I say that, he's scored like 22 goals this season. He's outperformed his XG. He has been absolutely brilliant for us. But he's just not Davy Selke, is he? He's not Davy Selke. So yeah, we've done all right, but it feels like we need something more.
White badge, blue shirt, white socks, blue shorts, blonde hair, white star, bled blue, lily white. Dog Vincent saw the Darmstadt goal tonight at the Merck Stadion and Bollenfaltor, where the goals are their delight.
Knockby! That's what we needed. That's what we've been missing, is players getting shots on target. So now all we need to do is hold on to it. That's also been a problem. So we've struggled with scoring. We've struggled with defending after we've scored. Yeah, we've struggled with everything. I say that. We're still in 8th. We're about to go up to 7th, which is great for a team of Darmstadt Sivers. Abdullah forces a great save from Naga. And from the corner, we have Pavlovic to take. Abdullah is there. Schmidt is there. Abdullah is the one who gets there into the side netting. Thomas says it could lead to complacency. Well, it's difficult for us to be complacent when we've been inconsistent to begin with. So we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't normally use the no pressure against a team like Hamburg, but it seems we've certainly played with the right intent so far. We are only 1-0 up, so it only takes one attack from Hamburg, and suddenly we're down in the doldrums again. So we won't get ahead of ourselves, but some reasonably encouraging signs. Apart from here, where Vanderman beats his man, beats the second man, sends the cross in. Bahoya's the target. Brimmer gets there, and now it's a chance for us to counter-attack. Abdullah holds the ball up, plays it back to Asnu. He's there to link up once again. He can force it through to Dinero. Dinero down the left. Dinero gets the cut back. Abdullah. Oh, Abdullah. It's not his game. It's not his game. That's 0.7 XG already this game, and he hasn't scored. We have DM Bassist in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? How are you? Right, Linson loses out on the second ball. Here's a Darabio. The Darabio. Now, when we moved to a back four originally, the plan was always to have a Darabio in that right spot, and then we had to go more attacking with the 4-3-3. So maybe this works out. A Darabio. He's not doing too bad for a 35-year-old who's now a little bit slow. Nürnberger to Pavlovic. Pavlovic sends it across. Becker cuts it out. And there we go. That's probably the danger gone now. It is. So 1-0 at half-time's okay. We could definitely do with a second early in the second half, ideally. We're nice and established in the opposition half. We're getting a lot of the ball down the right in that Adarabio spot. We're getting a lot of corners as well. Momentum's very much been in our favour. XG's there, stats, all generally encouraging. So we're going to tell them that we're not happy. All these positive signs, and I'm still going to complain about them. The question is, do we bring off Dvorak on his yellow card, or do we stick with him for a little bit? I think we stick with him for a little bit. Just tell him to ease off tackles, and then I will probably chicken out of keeping a player on a yellow card after about 10-15 minutes. Let's see, more of the same into the second half, I hope. Maestro, sell Abdullah, I've seen enough. He missed some big chances, but he's scored some amazing chances for us as well. So we're not going to say, we're going to be resigning at the end of the season anyway. We can't sell him. Right, so DM Bassist, it's Friday. Work is done. You've been paid. I have new Pokemon cards. I'm probably getting a takeaway. Might stay up all night playing Assassin's Creed. 16-year-old you would be so proud. That sounds like the perfect Friday, to be honest. I mean, I genuinely look forward to Friday nights more than Saturdays, because I can stay up a little bit later and I can have a lie-in the next day. It's the wonderful, wonderful combination. Although Siebert is here trying to ruin my Friday evening, it's an all right save from Highland. So we've had, I think that's like the second highlight we've seen from Hamburg. We do need to be mindful of letting them back in. Becker with the cross. Pavlovic gets across well, and Clinton prevents it from going out for a corner. Good lad. Good lad. So yeah, we're starting to feel a bit nervous now. So the changes we're going to make are... the return of Johan Hove. Johan Hove makes his return from injury. That is change number 1. Change number 2. Change number 2 is Jelicic on for Abdullahi. Going to pop De Niro up in a more attacking sense. Linson onto a supporting role. Going to go a little bit more aggressive because we want that second goal. We want that second goal. Hungdamin wants us to play De Niro up top. Perfect. There we go. Your wish is my command, even if I hadn't read that comment at that point. As De Niro buys the free kick. Very nicely done. There's a little bit of Brazilian in. Welcome in, Brazilian. How are you doing, sir? I have to confess. So firstly, we start off with the very, very clear things. You guys need to go on over and follow Brazilian Fury. He's currently over on YouTube, not on Twitch. That's where he's commenting from. But give him a follow on Twitch. Then head on over to YouTube and watch his latest video about the... I wouldn't call them flops. No, flops is probably the right word. About Brazilian flops in Europe. Absolutely fantastic. Released yesterday. Got to go and head on out over and see it. So changes here. Players that are tired are coming off. Might be too late though. Here comes a Hamburg throw-in. Vanderman to Asp Jensen. Jensen's first touch creates the space to get the cross in. Vuskovic to Mai. Jelicic with the block. Mai gets another bite, and that's goal kick. Came off his own man. Beautiful stuff. So yeah, they have got back into it in that second half. However, here we go. Linson. I feel like it's been like at least 18 months since we've seen a direct free kick goal for us. That is at least. I remember Nürnberger scoring one once, and he's the man who's going to send in the corner. And the Dauerbayer's header loops onto the top of the bar, and we make our last change. Our last change is going to be at centre back. It's risky, I know, but I really don't like players being tired in defensive positions. So here we go, on to the time wasting now. Just got to see out the last minute or so. It's, yeah, our second half was a little bit rubbish, to be frank. But we did what we needed to do. We did what we needed to do. And that's a win. That should take us up to 7th place.
Win for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
We're going to win the fucking league. I mean, we're not. We mathematically can't. But let's not let that get in the way of a moment to celebrate, right? So Freiburg's game is tomorrow. It gives us 2 points ahead of Gladbach, which is marvellous. And then we head into the game against Sassuolo. Hazarak returns, which is cool. It's a home game for the next one as well. Huyin and Shitaki should both be good for the game as well. So that would be on attack. That's literally the only change, essentially. Yeah. Sassuolo, it's difficult to gauge. We should probably head on over to the Serie A, see how they've been getting on over the years. Because obviously in real life they got relegated. It's not been the greatest of time for them, but they've not been quite as rotten, it seems, in FM. So Zerachel says, we're all silently cheering the guy in front of us at the shop with a can full of pizza, soda and chips, aren't we? Oh, I mean, we don't. I was going to say we don't need to be silent about it. We can cheer out loud, but actually, no. I'm far too self-conscious to cheer out loud in a shop. So yeah, you're right. It is silent. It is definitely silent. Brazilian is over on Twitch as well, but you wanted to boost the YouTube numbers too. You absolute gentleman. Absolute gentleman. So Nevsky says, on your save at the moment, third season. First season you took over Nuremberg, finished 9th. First full season, top in January, ended up only winning 3 games in 3 months and finished 6th, where we were predicted to finish, but it still sucked. It's all about momentum, isn't it? Like you can achieve what you set out to achieve, but if your momentum has dropped off, it just feels so hollow, doesn't it? You're now in the third season, you're 6th with 10 games gone. I really want to manage Freiburg or Gladbach doing a German journey. Oh, okay, interesting. Is there a particular reason why you want Freiburg or Gladbach? I can see kind of there's definitely a certain tier of team that you're looking at. Or is it just that you really like black and white? Because both Freiburg and Gladbach, Freiburg play in red quite a bit, don't they? But I'm waffling now. That message wasn't way too long whatsoever, Nevsky. Anstheel, where is my mods when I need them? Bloody crudmo. Thank you very much for the offer of bots and as Anstheel, and in the nicest way possible, bugger off. The song means Conference League. It always did. Apart from maybe the Europa League or Champions League, it's competition agnostic, definitely deliberately. Hungdamin, send your money, please play up top next match. Almost certainly not Hungdamin, I'm afraid. So we might occasionally play him up top. When we play in a 4-4-2, he'll be up top. But we like somebody physical. You should know that by now, Hungdamin. You should absolutely know that by now. So let's take a look at Sassuolo here. They are currently managed by former Arsenal goalkeeper David Ospina. David Ospina has been there for 4 years now, so he joined in 2027 after leaving Nice. Likes to play a 4-2-3-1, cautious. Likes to press high though. Okay. Their key player is a guy named Obed Nakambadio. He's a goalkeeper. He's been at Sassuolo since joining from Paris FC. Concedes just over a goal a game, which isn't bad really. Yeah, kind of around where he's expected to. Nothing particularly sensational, nothing particularly bad in that regards. He had a bad season, his first season in Serie A, which is understandable. He would have been quite young at that point, like 23, 24, for goalkeeper young that is. Captain is Enrico Del Prato, the centre-back come right-back, who's been playing mainly at centre-back. Doesn't win his headers, not particularly good in the air, not that great at tackling either. So that could be something we could target. And then Andrea Pinamonti is still there. He's scored less than 1 in 2 for... I'm surprised by that. So he's a great finish. He's just not getting the service. Just 1.87 shots per 90. He's not winning his headers, which I'm surprised by as well. Didn't hit double figures last season. So it looks like he might be on a little bit of a decline now. He must be, what, 28? It's up to 30. He's 31 now. But I wouldn't expect him to have been on the decline quite this early in his career. So yeah, I think that they feel like a team we can beat. We saw they got relegated in the 25-26 season in real life. Came back up first time of asking. Been a solid up top half table, but not a top team since coming back up. They will be tough opposition. So Nevsky, you just like both teams. You feel like that's just the next level of club I'd join. I'd take a Mainz or an Augsburg as well. Offered the St. Pauli job in the summer, but I felt I had unfinished business at Nuremberg. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. We look to... If we could break a new Conference League record. We've scored 46. The record by Arsenal is 52. So if it looks like we're going out, if we lose this first leg, the next game we just play all out attack and we aim to score 7 goals and set a new record, right? Asentel seemed like a nice girl. It's a shame really, isn't it? Just has to be the way we do it. Oh, the Crudmo's in. Bloody Crudmo. Bloody Crudmo. Just not here to do your mod job. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. Johnny points out when we're talking about the fucking league, it could be the League Cup as well. Maybe that's why we'd have to go to England next then, so that we have one extra competition we could make. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense, would it? Doing a song about SV Darmstadt that talks about winning the league. But that's who cares about details? Details don't matter. Right, so for this game, we have got. I don't think we need to make any changes. We'll add one more youth player onto the bench. That player can be I Suck Dick. And then yeah, I think we're good to go. They're going to play that 4-2-3-1 that we're expecting. Yeah, okay. Let's see how it goes. The Quadmo was stuffing his face with pizza. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Welcome in, Cocky Smash. How are you, sir? I'm going to do it again. Let's tell the players to relax. And until the point of diminishing returns and nothing works in our favour. Right, so part of the reason why I set up where I sit in my office is that we have little spotlights. You know, the small little ones you put into the ceiling. I know they've got another proper name, and so we've got one directly above me, which is quite nice and helpful. Good for make some of the lighting setup a little bit easier. And as I did that to bask in the light, I've looked straight into it, and now my eyes are all fuzzy and I can't really see properly. Oh, I'm so pro. So pro. Right, so are we club hunting? Not yet, but we will be towards the end of this stream, in theory at least. So Pavlovich with the corner. We've got 5 games left, possibly 6 if we win the semi-final tie here. Pavlovich with the cross to the far post. Vorshak can't get there. Asnu can. Asnu's crowded out. It comes to Abdullahi. Somebody go. The goal's that way. Yes, here's Vorshak. No, you're coming away from goals. We've got a squad. Everything about that was rubbish. So Quan says, breaking goal scoring records I see. We must call you the Flicker Man. The Flicker Man's a great name. There does seem to be some pineapple on pizza bashing over there or their Nightcrawler. Just I mean, it's absolutely fine. We can let people be wrong. As the way I view it is that the more people that don't embrace or understand the glory that is pineapple on pizza, the more pineapple on pizza for me. Now, I know that that's not how food works. It's not like there is a specific finite amount of each type of pizza toppings and those that aren't eaten somehow all end up to me. But I'm going to imagine in my head that is the case. Not a great first half for either team. They've had the better chances. We've had a greater quantity. We've had more of the ball. I think we just need a little bit more urgency. So we'll tell them that they're not good enough. We'll up that tempo. And we will talk to Nürnberger and to Pavlovich. They won't respond. Okay, no, actually Nürnberger did improve his morale a little bit there, so that's kind of okay. Asnu sees our sense of urgency and gives the ball away immediately. Beautiful stuff. So Coxsmith says, your favourite club has a song that basically goes, we don't care about the Bundesliga and don't give a crap about the cup. We'll never play in Europe, but we love amateur football. I mean, that is an anthem. That is an anthem for sure. I mean, at least it rhymes in German. I figured it would have done so. So Vision of Zero, exactly. Right, here's Linson. What can Linson do? Linson can shoot into the crowd. Bless him. Dear Basis, pineapple on pizza is fucking excellent, and the only people that say it's not have never tried it. Exactly. And I hope they don't try it. I want more pineapple pizza just for me. I'm selfish. Here's the cross. Nicambadio punches it away. Salerno has a chance now to counter. Surely they can't counter here. We have plenty of men back. Okay. Now it's a little bit more established. They can. Linson steps in, beats his man, feeds De Niro. Oh, Nicambadio. I like that little animation. That felt very Onana. Right, Pavlovic with the corner. Swing it in at that near post. Salerno heads it away. Linson to Nürnberger. Very eager to turn away from the goal rather than push forwards. So here we go. Changes are... Yeah, that's the change we're going to make. We're going to go Nürnberger down at left back, Asnu further forwards. No. Abdoulaye, De Niro. Nürnberger, Pavlovic. Borshak comes off. Garcia McNulty comes on. But we moved up to a positive mentality and we've now got two up top. So even though we're taking off a striker for a centre-back, I think this should be more attacking, in theory. So, Cannapparoli with the free kick to Del Prato. Inside to Salerno. Humphreys is in space. There's good bit of defending from Garcia McNulty. Asnu comes back to help out. Just watching Pavlovic not paying any attention to his defensive duties there did annoy me just a little bit. Schmidt inside to Pavlovic, surely? Or back to the goalkeeper? Oh, right, okay. No, sorry. I genuinely didn't see Barticiotto on Pavlovic there. That's fine. Schmidt to Wimmer. There we go. We've played a pass forward through the lines, and now here's De Niro to Linson. Linson around the outside. Sends a low cross. De Niro gets a little bit of a touch onto and is pushed behind. Pushed behind. So Pandy asked, does your skin work at lower spec laptop? So it works from 1360 by 768 resolution upwards. Now that is an effective zoom. So if you have your zoom settings really high, maybe you've got a resolution of 1600 by 900, but you set your zoom levels to 200%. That's going to not work on with the skin. It's not going to work with any skin, to be honest. Carboni here with a chance. Carboni to break our hearts. Carboni to break our hearts. Right, Nürnberger. Muller's coming on now as well. McNulty's going to play in midfield. We're going to move up to attacking, and that means we're going to push our press up as well. Oh, well. Oh, wow. So, Catch Later, your subscription was made before you knew my stance on pineapple on pizza. You should be glad. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, you should be glad that there's someone who will eat it. In Hong Dae Min in Vietnam, they eat pineapple with lots of foods because pineapple is great. Either that or they watch too much Gordon Ramsay. Oh, what does Gordon Ramsay know? So pineapple on pizza all day, every day from Nightcrawler. As long as it's with ham and something spicy like chili flakes. Got a lot. Pineapple alongside something spicy. Absolutely great combination. Hove has a shot, hits Abdoulaye, goes behind. We are back in business, guys. This is our standard dominated. Well, I say dominated game. 10 shots to 4, but the XG is kind of very, very similar. But still somehow find a way to lose. Muller hits the post. He's offside, so that's okay. So come on, play football, Senor Money. I mean, Senor Money is up front. He's not been good for us recently. Both of them have struggled to take their chances, bless. De Niro with 0.5 XG, no goals. Abdoulaye had like 0.9 in the last game, didn't score. Barticiotto. Now they're moving the ball around confidently. It's the last few seconds. Final whistle should be coming now. Del Prato. Del Prato back to Cannapparoli. Humphreys going on a run. And there we go. This is going to be tough for us now in the second leg. Carboni with a nice goal. Oh, that's sad. I was really hoping we were going to have a cup final tonight. Oh well. Right. Get these guys rested up for our game against Bayern. Oh, why do we have to have Bayern? Can we just not play the game against Bayern? Can we just pretend that it's not there? So let's see. No meat for D&B, obviously, fair enough. Rich pineapple, pepperoni, green chili, yum. A fabulous combination. I do love adding a little bit of pepperoni to an American hot as well. American hot isn't the most exciting pizza, but add a bit of pineapple. Beautiful. So Zerachal, even on a Darmstadt stream, he manages to flame us poor United fans. What a guy! I mean, you've always got to be on guard. You see, Jason's in. Welcome in, my dude. Welcome in. So hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. You can have all the pineapple in the world, as far as I'm concerned. I've tried it and hate it. Lol. Fair enough. More for me. More for me, Jason. Mean Wolf's a fan of pizza, ham, mushroom, and extra cheese. Oh, pardon me. Almost a very, very good combination there. I can't do mushrooms. I've tried so hard with mushrooms, but sadly, I just can't get past that texture. So Viva's asking, when's the book released? I quite liked my line about Rosa Luxemburg, but yeah, that's not happening for a while. And I'm not going to explain to anyone else what we're talking about either. So Johnny says, I wanted to make some carbonara pun, but can't come up with one. It's all right. We don't need to. So Rich says, here's a thought. If Gordon Ramsay hadn't got that bad injury that ended his football career with Rangers, we'd not be having this conversation about pineapple pizza. Fair enough. I can't refute that. Perhaps. So meanwhile, when people cry about pineapple on pizza because it's fruit, well, tomato is also fruit. It is indeed. And other fruit is absolutely fine on pizza. You know, how about having a nice strawberry and balsamic pizza? That will work, right? Could you have a... I know there was that New Zealand... Was it New Zealand that had that kiwi fruit pizza? I can't remember what else was on it. But I think that sounds all right. That sounds kind of okay, right? Welcome in, Dill, by the way. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you? I've got your the Something About Soccer podcast episode that was up, I believe. Was that posted yesterday or today? So that's on my saved list over on YouTube to have a listen to. So if you guys don't know, other than being an amazing streamer, Dill 40k is now part of the Something About Soccer podcast with Bizarra and Pixelated Suits, where they talk about, well, mainly about American football, but it's really, really interesting. The most recent episode, they're going to be talking a bit about the adoption of promotion and relegation. Really looking forward to listening to it. So, Cortiba, here in Brazil, we put anything on pizza like I've seen a sushi pizza. I can't be doing cold toppings on a pizza. Now, I'll be honest, the most elite pizza though, right? Actually, it is a fruit pizza. It's the Pizza Express over here in the UK. The Pizza Express did one called the Veneziana, which was pine kernels, raisins, olives, and capers. I have it without the capers because capers are horrible. But yeah, so like onions, olives, pine nuts, and raisins. It sounds horrendous, but it's amazing. Oh. Gladbach drew. Freiburg lost. We can lose to Bayern. Well, we will lose to Bayern Munich, but we won't drop out as 7th. That is huge. Right, Modmo is now online. Who do I need to ban? Any pineapple haters out there want to make my day. You can't ban... who can you ban? You can ban bot people. But I'm just going to call them bot people. I don't know what a bot person is, but we're going with it. Right, Cocker Smash, we have to be on guard. Are you going to hire pickpockets for the next stream? I am Mikel Arteta. You found out my secret. Pete, it was all brilliant. Thank you. No worries. It's great fun. It's absolutely brilliant fun. So Rich wants to know how Crudmo feels about Liverpool. That's okay. We might have to ban Crudmo because he's probably going to end up on a diatribe. So Pandy asks, have I managed a Japanese club? I haven't managed a Japanese club. Not at any point during this. However, maybe we end up doing so in a couple of weeks' time. So I've been running a poll. I'm going to be doing a charity stream in a couple of weekends' time. So 36 hours over the 11th, 12th and 13th of April. And we put it out to vote to see what I was going to do during that. And the vote results have come in. Going to be doing a speed run hexagon challenge. So the hexagon challenge is, or normally the hexagon challenge would be winning the continental competitions in Europe, Asia, Africa, North America and South America. And then there is an argument as to whether it would be the Club World Cup or the World Cup to make the sixth one there. We're going to go with the World Cup. However, we're going to have to squeeze this into achieving it in just 3 days. So we're going to take over, we're giving ourselves 6 hours per competition. We'll take over a club already in the competition. We will instant result the league games and we will focus entirely on the continental competition. Hopefully, in a way that allows us to be successful in all 6, and we won't. There will definitely be competitions we fail in. We might fail in all of them, but the time pressure, it should hopefully be quite exciting, and that does mean that a Japanese club could quite well be one of the options that we look for the Asian Champions League. So the way it'll do is we'll be adding a new manager each time. We can't like build our way up through. There's no way of getting through like 18 seasons or something crazy by that we would need to do if we were to do it properly. So we'll just take over a club that's already in the competition, see who it is. We'll put that out to vote. Hopefully should be quite fun. Right, Alka, Yin, Shiitake for Shiitake to come onto the bench for Muller's still not fully fit. Pop him back onto support and make that Darabayo. Yeah. This is going to be painful, guys. This is going to be very, very, very painful. I can feel it. I mean, it's not a bold prediction, let's face it. Oh, I predict we're going to lose away to Bayern Munich. Yeah, everyone predicts that. Let's be fair. So, Cocker Smash, what I'm getting from this is if I dislike tomato on pizza, I can hate on pineapple too. I suppose. I mean, there's at least some reasonable consistency there. Yep, so Dill, today you've been doing stuff on your personal YouTube too, so that's been fun. Awesome. What exciting things have we got there? I haven't watched the Canada and Portugal intro video yet. It's the first season review, right? I've managed to get into a couple of streams, but not all of them, I'm afraid to say. But that is another one that's on my list as De Niro gives the ball away inside the opening 5 minutes and Bayern hit the woodwork. That's not a good start. Olives can get in the fucking bin. Cooked olives, I absolutely love cooked olives. Can't be doing them raw though. Oeskanen, back to Davis. Davis cuts inside, takes the shot on his weaker foot, always going over. Pine cones or whatever just said, pine nuts are amazing. Pine nuts are lovely. They're just like, I mean, are they lovely? They're quite greasy. But they taste nice. Like they when you fry off pine nuts, or toast pine nuts, they do produce quite a bit of oil. So that doesn't necessarily sound all that nice. But then a good pizza is slathered in oil. Here's De Niro. That's got to be a penalty. It's got to be a penalty. Come on. Don't change your mind. Don't change your mind. Right. Part 1 is good. Part 2 is actually scoring that penalty. And Linson.
White badge, blue shirt, white socks, blue shorts, blonde hair, white star, bled blue, lily white. Tog Feelinson saw the Darmstadt goal tonight at the Merck Stadion and Bollenfaltor, where the goals are their delight.
I mean, we'll take it. We will absolutely take it. Momentum, unsurprisingly, is very much in Bayern's favour. Here comes the free kick. Wimmer gets it clear. Asnu back to Abdullahi. Now send it down the... Oh. God, there's a chance to send the ball back down for Asnu, down that left-hand side. Unfortunately, decided to turn the other way and then go backwards. Here comes Sule to Upamecano. Upamecano back to Sule. Sule's always going to look to cut inside. He finds Habib Diarra. Diarra cuts inside. Hyland with the save. Hyland, give that man some nice words. Musiala with the corner. Sends it in. Abdullahi wins the first ball. That goes, and we're already at pause time. Pause time is a time that definitely exists. He's meant to be marking out a position, which isn't right. Has this got marked specific player one again? Let's get those off. Out of possession, should be trapping outside, so let's do that. Let's make sure we're trying to get Sule out on his right foot, Musiala on his left. We'll do this with these guys as well. Don't let them cut inside. And mark players. Please, please mark players. Right, Davis with the throw-in. It's going to happen before we even make the changes. So, is this the chance? Pacheco back to Upamecano. Out wide to Sule. And Sule's in behind. It's a great tackle. It's a great tackle from Asnu. And we eventually... No, we don't eventually get the ball away. We tried to pass the ball up the pitch. We kept on getting tackled. And then when it looked like we were free, we just passed the ball to them again. Here's Musiala across to Pacheco. Pacheco to Sule. Sule to Diarra. Sule's in behind again, and this time it's Schmidt coming along with the block. Svorak with the tackle, out for a corner. Oh, we're under pressure. We are under pressure. Musiala with the corner into that near post. Abdullahi gets there first. We can't clear it. Asnu blunders his way into the defender. That looked like it could have been a penalty, but no appeals. Nothing given. We're absolutely fine, and the changes now have a chance to take place. Good highlight. That was a really important part of the game, the referee giving a goal kick there. Here's Dvorak. Dvorak's touch is heavy, Davis gets in, and once again Bayern Munich have a chance to come forwards. They play it down the line, Musiala, keep him away from danger, and we're fine with that. Pacheco, inverting from right back. Here's now Upamecano out to Sule. Sule loves to cut inside. We've asked us to show him outside. Here's Musiala saved. It was offside. That offside you thought might be a little bit of respite for us, but no, it's going to be another highlight. Although, could it be our highlight? Could this actually be a time where we get into their half and something happens? De Niro's the target. He can't get there. Asnu! So Rich is a fan of olives. Good man. Also like to eat them with a little posh pointy stick. The only way to eat them, right? Surely. A cocky smell. For the sake of Twitch guidelines, I will refrain from commenting about my thoughts on greasy nuts. I mean, cocky smell, Fridays for DILFs. And that means that greasy nuts are kind of par for the course at this point of the evening. Right, here's Pavlovic. Back to Nürnberger, feeds Linson. He finds Asnu forces a save out of Hagström again. Asnu now, that's a couple of good chances. Good saves from Hagström. Not excellent saves. Maybe we could have done a little bit more.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Crudmo, you gentleman, sir. You absolute gentleman. You have resubscribed for 3 months. You've already been subscribed for 5 months. What a star you are. Very, very much appreciated, my dude. He's asked Cocky Smush to tell him about his greasy nuts as well. So there we go. It all makes sense. All falling into place. But the changes seem to have moved momentum in our favour, which is great. The question is... It's not a question. I'm answering the question straight away. I'm bringing on McNulty to play at the base of midfield, so that we don't have a player on a yellow card there. I think we're probably going to look at bringing off Dvorak as well, relatively early in the half as well. So, yeah, let's see how we go. So, Cocky Smush, since when was that possible on Twitch? Hopefully someone else can answer that, because by now you should know I know absolutely nothing about what goes on here.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
And Nick Roses now in with his... That's 4 months. What a star you are. Thank you very much, my dude. Welcome in. How's your week been, Nick? Lovely to see you. And welcome in, Tyke. Lovely to see you. How's your week been? Right, Davis to Beidou, to Bamba, Pacheco. Moving it slowly but surely across to the right, now back to the left. Davis to Ashreshanin. Beidou. We're going to get anywhere near them. We're not. We're going to make a tackle. We're not. Musiala now cuts inside, sets it back to the edge of the box. Habib Diarra's shot, it's blocked. We've done a great job of getting some blocks in today. And can we come away with it? We do. But the highlights, they don't stop coming. And they can't stop coming. Here's Asnu. Asnu's touch is awful. Now Silva skips away from his man, and now he's in behind. No one's paying attention. No one's making effort. And Musiala, Halen, you legend, you legend, you legend, you legend. Let's keep on telling Halen he's great. And then watch him absolutely fluff a shot and it be 1-1. So, Habib Diarra's on the right-hand side. He's been getting free quite a bit. So, Pavlovic is going to come in to that position. So, Linson. Pavlovic is more of a box-to-box. Shitaki's coming on for De Niro. Let's see if that can just help us protect things a little bit better. Let's also take pass into space off. We do want to counter-attack. We do want to make use of the opportunities in transition. But maybe we take pass into space off. So we can see, but we are hemmed back, and we are going to invite more pressure by now playing with two defensive midfielders. Here's Musiala to gets it back again. Oreshanin with the shot, and that's another save from Hyland. Another save from Hyland. So Oreshanin back to Sule, get the tackle in, someone make a tackle. Oreshanin hits the post, Habib Diarra follows it up. It's bouncing around everywhere. It's bouncing around everywhere. We are going to be probably going back to the 4-3-3 in a moment if it carries on like this. I know that was from a set piece, but still, Schmidt into Garcia McNulty, out to Asnu. Asnu has some space. He cuts inside across to Shitaki. It's going to run to Adarabayo. Adarabayo on the outside sends the cross in. Shitaki hits the post now. That's 3 times the woodwork's been rattled in this game. Twice for Bayern, once for Darmstadt. Pavlovic makes a recovery challenge. Pavlovic once again comes in. That's okay. Adarabayo now. It's just highlight after highlight. 3 minutes passed since the last one. Wimmer all the way back. It's a slow trudging pass. Schmidt to Shitaki. His pass is awful. Musiala's in behind. This is how we concede the equaliser. This is how we concede the equaliser. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. DM Basis, have we got no mini games tonight? Oh shit. Okay, let me re-enable them. We didn't have them during the FMNL because obviously I didn't want to have to explain in the middle of a competitive match that we're not stopping for mini games. I haven't re-enabled them, so I'll get them re-enabled when we go into the next break. Look, it's been coming. It's been coming. But my word, that is a horrible, horrible way to concede that equaliser. Is that Pavlovic from Bayern Munich Academy? He is indeed, and evidently is still playing for them. Awful, awful. So, Tyke, your week was good, really positive. Left Rapid Wien for Werder Bremen. Started awfully, but now we're on an excellent streak. How's your save? It's been a little bit iffy, to be honest, Tyke. We've struggled for consistency in the second half of the season. Right, here's Bamba to Oreshinin. Oreshinin comes down the outside, gets the cross. No, cuts it back to Musiala. He's going to feed Pacheco on the edge of the area. It's another great save from Hyland. Another great save from Hyland. Let's see. Soulé with the corner. We get it clear. Oreshinin back to Soulé. It's a familiar sight. And let's now pause. In fact, because it's a familiar sight, we'll go back to the whole process of not having anyone forwards. We'll have as many players on the edge of the area as we possibly can. Pavlovic is going to make way for Hove. Abdullah is going to make way for Stenbring. Stenbring's going to be on attack as an inverted forward. Hove can play in that role there. Let's make these guys wingers. Linson's playing all right, but he's tired, as is Asnu, to be fair. So actually, Asnu coming off is probably more of a priority. So something like that we're going with. That's all of our changes being used up with 20 minutes to go. Probably a dumb idea. That's a catch-22. Our FM question for you all. I'm many years into a save with SK Bran, and I've reached the point where we've reached the Champions League final, 5 out of 7 years, fabulous, have a 5-star rating, but my players are still valued at like $10 million. Do you all just reject those offers and deal with the morale problems, or what? I think that, so partly yes, and partly no. Sometimes it's good to let that narrative be built out of the fact that even if you're a good team, you still have to deal with player turnover, and it helps allow players to come through as well that you wouldn't necessarily have expected under circumstances you wouldn't have expected. So sometimes embrace it is my way of looking at it. A great result, absolutely sensational result. I mean, Bayern have just won the league, and that does feel a little bit crappy to have to watch a team, even though we weren't competing for it. But we do get to see a league win, and you know what that means.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win
Bayern wins up. So someone won the league. That's the important thing. We've done brilliant. We managed to get a draw. That keeps that 2-point buffer between us and Gladbach with 2 games remaining. Our next game is against Freiburg, who are now down in 10th. Encouraging signs, despite... I mean, we were rubbish. Let's just be clear. That was not a good performance by us by any stretch, but we got the penalty. We held on for dear life. Hyland had a great game, and a stupid, horrible error is the only reason we're not celebrating a win. So now our next game, though, is Sassuolo away. We've got to overcome a 1-0 deficit. Just sure is going to be tough away from home. Going to be very, very tough away from home. We've scored 2 goals so far in 3 games on this stream so far. 2 goals so far on this stream so far. I like the word so far. In fact, I like so far so much that could almost call me JD Vance. Yeah, so we're going to need to remove some of those shackles. We're going to need to be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, we're already playing at a high tempo. We already tend to play at least at positive mentality and up. Probably means we're going to need to press higher. We might need to commit an extra body forwards as well. So how will we commit an extra body forwards here? It's a 4-2-3-1, isn't it? That's how you commit an extra body forwards. You put him over on the side with the attacking fullback. So you get defense midfield, defend. Maybe make him a ball-winning midfielder support. So Adarabai is not responsible for the width if we do that. Asnu is there. Do something like that, but if we don't change too much, we pop our press up. We just run with something like that, I guess. Oh yes, Bayern and their 49% corporate sponsors buying yet another title. I mean, it's just the way it is, isn't it? Like, Bayern have to be so thankful for the existence of RB Leipzig, right? Because now it means that there's another evil corporation in the Bundesliga, so they feel a little bit better. Down with this sort of thing. I mean, we got to do something. I'm certain that Aratalo is celebrating with the Bayern players. I'm one that likes to enjoy others' success. So do you always rest them from training after a match? Is that something I should be doing? So some guy, it is something I always do. Do you need to? Not necessarily, but I find that it just helps manage their load over the course of the season. Nobody likes Sofas as much as he does. I mean, it's a solid joke. I've got to be pleased with that. Nightcrawler likes his sofa too, apparently. So maybe Nightcrawler does. No comments. A love of couches can only get you so. I mean, if it could get you to vice president, that's going pretty far. To be fair, right? I mean that's progress. Alka and Dick on the bench. So Dvorak isn't a winger. That's something we need to be quite key on here. We're going to put Pazarek out there. Then we've got a big man to come on for Abdullahi. De Niro's going to be dropped. Jelicic is getting his chance. Yeah, that's what we're going with. That is what we're going with. Right, dear bassist, gonna find you a takeaway and some food back shortly. A fine plan. Domino's tomorrow, even better. Oh, this weekend of yours is sounding perfect. Right, no pressure again. I trust you to make the difference. Trust you to make the difference. I trust you to make the difference. Let's put the pressure on the fullbacks. Let's try and get the ball out into those areas. Right, left. Right, left. Right. Weak. Left. Weak. Mark. Oh, no. There we go. Fury coming in with the German slander. You're surprised that literal medicine merchants Bayer Leverkusen don't catch as much flack as they should. But then again, Germans and hypocrisy do go well together. I mean, Brazil, man to man. It's a long time since that 7-1 result. You can let it go now. You can let it go. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. So Couch 22, a love of couches and a willingness to be a billionaire's human sock puppet. I'll stop there. That's true. That is the other part of the equation. So Nightcrawler, as rightly points out, Bayer Leverkusen used to be considered the evil corporation, along with Bayer Erdingen. The thing is, I think that Germany, they still are. Leverkusen, the part of the reason behind the Leverkusen nickname wasn't because it was funny that Leverkusen had never never won. It was because Leverkusen had never won despite being funded by Bayer. And Fabiano comes forwards. It's definitely still there in German football, right? It's just there is a romance about German football because of the 50+1 rule. Pazarek, can he find Pavlovic on the edge of the area? Pavlovic fucks it. Pavlovic absolutely messes it up. Now all is fine. I guess buying Monsanto redeems any corporation. Indeed. Goalkeeper prefers not to speak yet. I mean, if we're being cynical, we could point at Palmeiras' massive success in the 90s, funded by the corrupt finances of Parmalat. I mean, we don't talk about Parmalat either, because then you'd have to question Parma as well, and we don't want to bring questions on all those awesome players. Now, those players aren't responsible, obviously, but they are still going to be associated with the club. Can we please get a goal? Demand more. We've had some good chances. Sassuolo have had a good chance as well. So it's not been all us, but we could really do with getting a goal before half-time. Salerno comes forward. We could do with getting a goal, not Sassuolo could do with getting a goal. Del Prato out to Fabiano, moves it inside quickly and gets it back. He's got space, sends the cross in, and that's good from Adarabayo. And now we're going to piss around with it on the edge of the area. And Brazilian Fusa says, then we got relegated within 2 years and went to hell in a handbasket. There was some penance paid. I mean, he was off. All this German talk will have Henry Redknapp in the chat soon. Oh, bless him. I mean, it couldn't have come from a nicer guy, right? Harry Redknapp, what a shock he's turned out to be an unfunny racist. Would have never ever thought, hey? I'm now probably getting the eye of West Ham fans, Tottenham fans, probably not Bournemouth fans because he completely bankrupted them. Portsmouth fans are probably angry at that as well. Ironically, more angry than they are at Harry Redknapp for being an unfunny racist. Show me something else, guys. So, guys, isn't it ironic that Lukmar used to complain about the lack of German content, and now we're in Germany talking about German football and he's buggered off? Indeed. Welcome in, by the way, Doxerin. Thank you very much for the follow. I do apologise if I've pronounced your name wrong there. And Zenergy's in. Zenergy is Zenergy. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Don't change your name back. Keep it as Zenergy. As news, yellow card makes me nervous, so on comes Muller. No, we were going to play Nürnberger back there before. Let's play Nürnberger. Bring in McNulty. McNulty gives us just a little bit more in the air as well. So let's do it. We just need one goal. Just the one goal. We do need to react to their substitution. Right foot. Mark. And then, well, I say we just one goal. We need just one goal, and then the tie is level. Then we need another goal after that, or to win on penalty. Zenergy, you're good. Love to see. Loving your goal ratings earlier. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Right, here we go. Wim off the crossbar. Slightly peeved. Quadmo appears to be down one fan. But Zenergy is up one Zenergy. Darabayo's with an injury. Nürnberger gets his yellow card. So we swap things over. This is now going to be attacking option on the right, which is Pazarek. Inside forward off the left. These guys swap round, so he becomes a ball-winning midfielder on support. He becomes a defensive midfielder on defend. He's on support. He's on attack. He's a winger. So the changes that come as a result of that injury is we're going to put Linson out onto the right. Darabayo is going to be replaced by De Niro. Nürnberger, because of his yellow card, is going to be replaced by Hove. And they haven't made any changes since. So make an impact. Johan Hove has responded well. So see, Synergy, he's still a fan, see? I just couldn't take the pressure of being named after you anymore. You're a very hard act to follow. Now that's a great answer. What an answer. It's almost like Synergy has practiced that. He even has the blue colour for you, exactly. Blue is a nice colour, agree to disagree. I mean, I think blue's quite a nice colour. It's better when it's paired up with like a... as Jota Silva hits the bar now, that's woodwork a piece. McNulty, we eventually get it clear. Yeah, blue's a really good colour when it's paired with like a nice deep red, maybe like a maroon or a claret. Increase that tempo, increase the directness, get a little bit narrower. And the changes that are coming are Linson off for Stenbring, Pavlovic off for Shiitake. We're now going to move to double support in midfield. Come on, last 15 minutes. We just need one goal. Just the one goal. All I'm asking for. Humphreys to Flashini. Yaskini back to Brazia. Lots of time on the ball. Ooh, we do close it down. He gets it away just in time. Here's Hove. Into Shiitake. Out to Pazarek. Now we've got space. Play the pass. Play the pass. He does indeed. Stenbring. Stenbring cuts back inside. No, he can't. Yashini with the tackle, and away they come. But Shiitake gets it back. Allows us to put pressure back on. But we don't want to put pressure back on. We want to play passes backwards. Let's play some more backwards passes. There we go. Oh, we haven't done a backwards pass for a while. Come on, send one backwards. What are you doing, Shiitake, playing forwards? De Niro! Straight at the goalkeeper with the whole goal to aim for. Boo! Boo! Thank you very much, Grubmo. Match sounds are back off. So white and black is the only good combo. It's a decent combo. It's a classic. I will let you have that at least. Red's exceptional. Ooh, we can't go that far. All I know about red ones is that they go faster. But what about British Racing Green? Clearly green's the best colour. Oh, wait a second. Sassuolo playing green. Green isn't the best colour. Right, here's Pazarek. Into Stenbring. Stenbring across to De Niro, and it's hit the post again. It's a great save, though. It was a great save. Now, we mocked earlier. We looked at their goalkeeper, who has conceded 0.03 more goals than expected. And we said that, you know, he's fine. He's not brilliant. He's not awful. He's just kind of run-of-the-mill. And he has had absolutely sensational games now. Some brilliant saves. Being the difference between the two teams. If we had him, maybe we're looking at 0-0 over two legs rather than 1-0 over two legs. Haaland did have a sensational game against Bayern, though, let's be fair. Right, Schmidt. We've got 4 minutes to get an equaliser. And here's De Niro down the left-hand side. De Niro can keep on running. Sends it back to Abdoulaye. Can Abdoulaye turn away and get a shot off? He can. Nakambadio sends it over. Yeah. Claret and blue is the worst colour combination ever. Absolutely not. Wimmer, beaten in the air. Carboni gets it clear. Here's Shiitake. Sends it out wide. The moment has gone. Can we do anything? We can't. It's over, guys. It's over. The European dream comes to an end. We've scored only 46 goals. As soon as that message came up that we were up to score the most goals ever in the competition, we didn't score a single goal from that moment onwards. Well. I'm not happy with that result. A 0-0 draw away from home is a very, very good result. Let's be clear about that. We lost that in the first leg. Adara Bayo is now out for the rest of the season. So training, rest, and then we will go back to the 4-3-3. something like, let's make him a box-to-box and you back as the attacky guy. Attacky guy moves into channels. Is that a defensive midfielder on defend? I think it was. Then we can drop that back down to what we were before. Don't need to be quite as aggressive anymore for the next game. So yeah, there we go. There's a disappointment, but there we go. It happens. So Robbie Fowler has just repeated history for Rich. 4 first half goals against Arsenal. I mean, that's something I can get behind. Let's be fair. I can definitely get behind goals against Arsenal. No, we do things properly under my leadership. Ian Rush is mentoring him. That's boring now. Well, Robbie Fowler's only fun when he's off the rails a little bit, right? Yelovich played for Everton, therefore Everton are the superior Liverpool side. I don't make the rules. I agree with that. I agree with that entirely. Zeratul, our XG underperformance is so wank. It's so confusing as well, right? So we've underperformed our XG massively in the league. We've generated 52. We've scored only 43 goals. We've seen it again in the games in Europe. However, if we look at most of our players, Abdullah is outscoring XG by just 1. De Niro's outscoring his by 7.5. Notvi Linson is underperforming, but just by half. Johan Hove, our next top scorer, is overperforming by 2.3. And so you're looking for players that are underperforming by massive amounts. You look, Stenbring is under by 2. Asnu is under by 3. Raphael's so our defenders aren't scoring. We're not making the most of set pieces. We kind of did that deliberately, and perhaps went a bit too far on it. But there's not major underperformance from the players we've got left. We moved on Ellis Sims because he was like he'd had 1 goal from something like 6 XG at some point this season. But yeah, it's so frustrating because I want to blame it all on the players, but they're kind of showing that they're actually not that bad. It's just when it all comes in single games. We'll have a game where we score like 4 goals against Stuttgart, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Right, anyway, it's break time. So after we come, I'm going to pop on over to the break. I'll try and re-enable redeems as well, and then we'll come back and we'll play a little game. So I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. And we're back. We're back with a little bit of a mini game now. Channel redeem should now be. Actually, I should have double checked for my laptopy thing. Yes, they are back up there now, which is cool. So we do have the channel redeems available over the course of the rest of the stream. And one of those possible channel redeems is a mini game, and we're going to play a mini game right now. Oh, we might actually be playing 2 mini games, as DM Bassist has just redeemed one to prove that it does work. What an absolute gentleman you are. So let's explain the rules. Nice and simple. You're going to see a player's profile from FM24. You're going to see 4 pictures, one after the other. You're going to see the positions they play in. You're going to see the attributes that they have. You're going to see the coach or scout report, and then you're going to see the clubs that they played for. Your job is to guess who the player is. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, the higher up the lovely little scoreboard that we have running you are. Now, just one note, this is using the vanilla database in Football Manager at the beginning of FM24. So a player like Joshua Zirkzee, for example, he was at Bologna at the start of the game, moved to Man United in real life. So for the purpose of this game, he's going to be at Bologna. So let's head in, shall we, to the very, very first clue. Ignore that picture. That is just a placeholder whilst I describe the rules. This is our very first clue. And so we had some guesses come in before any information was revealed. So hung them in. Is it Harry Maguire? It is not Harry Maguire. It is not Nicholas Raskin. Sorry, Aston Villa midfielder Nicholas Raskin, unfortunately. It's not Alec Leland or Peter Kurzweg. Could it be Vaclav Cherny or Anthony or Nassi Univar? Now we're getting some proper guesses coming in. And then we've got some slightly improper guesses coming in. We've got Preki, Pedro Gonçalves, Julian Brandt, Jared Bowen. All some fabulous, fabulous guesses there. Red Must suggested it's a piece of cake. Who do you think it is then, Red Must? Zeratrul's going for Moussa Diaby. I love that guess there. We've got Paul Warner. We've got Jack Harrison, Matt O'Reilly, Marco Asensio, Pulisic. These are all fine, fine guesses, as is Kudus, but none are right so far. But you are correct. This is a left-footed player of some form. A left-footed player that is very, very quick. A left-footed player with sensational work rate. That work rate is absolutely incredible. His determination is incredible too. So could it be Hoffman or Vinny Samways? Could it be Dwight McNeil? Could it be Marouane Fellaini or Paqueta or Luca Bacchio? Joelinton? Adama Traore, bless him, definitely doesn't have that work rate. Another guess coming in for Kudus. It is not Mohamed Kudus, I'm afraid. Could it be Miggy Almiron to Zeratul? That's a much better guess, to be fair. That is a much better guess. That would, though. I mean, we've had a lot of guesses here for Premier League players. And it would be a bit of a shame if this isn't a Premier League player, really. Oh, shit, it is a Premier League player. It is a Premier League player that starts the game at Newcastle. Who's recently returned to Atlanta United. Because it is a fabulous 3 points to Zeratul. It is indeed Miguel Almiron. I would not have thought that Almiron had that high work. Like, I don't associate Almiron with that much pace or that much work rate. That is sensational work. Sensational. Crodmo with the double applause. We've got some well done from Catch22. We've got some applause from Maestro, from Hung De Min, from Koku Smelt, from Cortiba, from DM Bassist. There's a well done from Great Antoine as well. Welcome in, by the way, Great Antoine. Thank you very much for the follow. That is some sensational work. And welcome in the Dutch FM. How are you, sir, this evening? Just too late for that minigame. You're just too late for that minigame. But DM Bassist redeemed one, and I said we were going to play this one anyway. So we're going to go into a second minigame as well. That second minigame is now going to make a number of people groan, because minigame number 2 is a little bit of Only Connect. So I'll explain how Only Connect works now, guys. You're going to see 4 pictures of football players, one after the other. They all share some kind of connection. Maybe that it's they all played for the same club, came through the same academy, played under the same manager, all happen to share some kind of record. Or maybe it could be something a little bit more abstract. Now, on Fridays, we tend to go a little bit more abstract. And by abstract, we're talking about things that aren't football related. However, I have some good news for you guys. Because this one was actually prepared for Wednesday, and then I forgot to include that in the... That should have been one of the games we played on Wednesday. I went for top 10 instead. So this isn't a normal Friday only connect. This is just a normal, relatively easy mode only connect, you'll be pleased to hear. So here we go. Here is our very first player. Do we know who... Now, Catch22 has guessed that it's players who run like a girl. And I mean, technically, yes, depending on that definition, to be fair. So Liam Amos, the clock video wasn't appearing in your sub box, but you can see it on my channel. Interesting. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know. I didn't realise that. So we have, they are all carbon-based life forms. It is indeed Birgit Prinz. Well done, Koku Smelsh. We have Zenergy suggests that they could be top scorers for their country. Catch22 is going for players whose mother was an athlete. We've got Frankfurt players, Ballon d'Or winners. Some fine guesses there. Maestro always sits this one out because it's too hard. Great Antoine suggesting it could be a Hoffenheim connection. National players, so players who made their national team debut before the age of 18. So DM Basis knows that Pop is the number 9, and that isn't her, that's true. Players who scored more than one game a match for a club, they're all fine guesses. Now, let's see if anything comes our way with the second one there. I suppose this actually probably is a little bit like a Friday one, because now I'm really challenging your ball knowledge. So Zenergy's gone for players that have won World Player of the Year more than once. Scored in a Women's Champions League final. Good guesses there. Canadian Football Lady. That is Canadian Football Lady indeed. Maestro's gone for their all captains. Now, I suppose what I should probably say is, Zenergy, if you were to say that these were all top scorers for their country, who would be the top scorer for Canada? Would it be Christine Sinclair? Because Nightcrawler has said that this is Christine Sinclair, as has Johnny Trotter. And Birgit Prinz, I think she's possibly the top scorer for Germany. And I do wonder if Marta is the top scorer for Brazil. I mean, the only way we could really know if you've got this right, Zenergy, is if the final one is Abby Wambach, who's the top scorer for the USA. Could it be? It could be indeed. I mean, they're not just top scorers for their, but they are the top scorers for their country overall, men's football or women's football. So Zenergy came in with the big 5-pointer. So the applause that's coming in from Zeratul, the applause that's coming in from Maestro and from Johnny Trotter is exceptionally well deserved. That was sensational. He saw Birgit Prinz and went, yes, I know this one. I know this one like that. Amazing stuff. Incredible work. Now, the top scorer out of all of them, the top scorer of all time, is Christine Sinclair for Canada. 190 international goals in something like 304 international games. Crazy record. That is some fabulous work. Marta's got more Lippy on there than Robert Fabinho wears. I mean, only just. Some absolutely incredible guesswork there, guys. Well done indeed. And also welcome in Johnny Trotter. Lovely to see you, my dude. Now, there was some chat before we went and played some games. There were a couple of bits of chat, I think, about Everton, so I can probably ignore that. Who really wants to talk about Everton? Let's be fair. So Crudmo's decided to tell an American to look at the map, and Catch22 has said that he'll never be allowed to report from the Pentagon with that tone. Well, the good thing is, Catch22, is you don't need to get access to the Pentagon to be able to report from it. You just need to get added to a signal group, right? Yay! That's my second American politics joke of the stream. I'm on a roll. Roy's in. Welcome in, Roy. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's your week been? Welcome on in. I think Jabbits, that's far too many laughing emojis. Both were good jokes. They were pretty low-hanging fruit, let's be fair. I mean, they're kind of like, they're stand-up warm-up, aren't they? That's like a hack comedian level, which I suppose for me is an improvement. America, you mean Southern Canada, says DM Bassist. I mean, wouldn't that be an incredible twist with all the talk of America's of Trump wanting to integrate Canada as the 51st or 52nd state and all that malarkey, along with Greenland. If Canada was to then invade and take over America, that would be surprising. But is it that surprising? You know, they've got their heckles up now. Mark Carney's in charge. They just beat USA in soccer, and Canadians, bless them, they're very friendly people. Not necessarily known for being bright people. So they could quite possibly go, well, if our soccer team can win, we can probably win in a war as well. So I wouldn't put it beyond them, you know, that could be the catalyst for a Canadian invasion and maybe the end of Canada as a result. America is Mexico's hat, quite possibly. The third joke is American politics itself. I mean, you can't really argue with that, can you? You can't really argue with that. A Minnesotan can dream. I mean, what is the mechanisms for states to declare independence or to incorporate into another country? You know, you often hear it, not ever with great deals of seriousness, but you hear about movements for London to become independent or for Cornwall to become independent. And look, the amount of barriers that the UK government put up to the Scottish independence referendum, even though they did eventually let it happen, means that none of those will ever be taken seriously. But yeah, I would wonder what would, like, because so a Republican government should surely welcome a generally speaking a democratic state wanting to be independent, because it makes the Republicans' path to victory at the next election even greater, because you're taking out a proportion of Democrat votes, right? So the resistance shouldn't be there, right? Blood is not integrating shit. That's fair. So for a long time in the UK, we've not been able to laugh at our cousins across the pond due to all the shit we've done to our own country, but they still keep surprising us. Top work, USA. What the other thing as well is that we've got to laugh now, because generally speaking, I would say that the UK's political trajectory has always been around 10 years behind America. So this is just something that we get to look forward to in about 10 years' time. Probably when Boris Johnson has somehow got back into power, for God knows what reason, why anyone would let him anywhere near anything again. And he's bumbling his way through, hiding in freezers, all that dumbassery, bless him. We need to build an Alamo. Right, that's what we need, fair enough. So DM Bassist, I for one welcome our Canadian goose overlords. I mean, they do have some lovely, lovely hats. You know, their Mounties look kind of cool as far as we can go with. Cash22 said would be laughing his ass off if he wasn't in the middle of it. That's fair as well. That is very, very fair. Pancakes with maple syrup every day. Why wouldn't you? It's a fair shout. Although I'm not big on my North American pancakes. You know, give me some Ponce European pancakes, nice and thin with lemon and sugar. I'm a much happier man. Right, let's pop. Stenberg did some positive things. Let's boom Stenring in. Muller's on the bench there. Johan Hove's never going to get up to match fitness unless we actually start him for a game. No, actually, Dinero in, Stenbring. Linson on the bench. Linson in. Linson's the only person who scored for us during this stream. Dvorshak's going to start up front because Abdullah's not had the greatest time of things. Actually, no, Nurnberger and McNulty gets the start. playing up against a 4-3-3. Let's see how this goes, shall we? Fingers crossed. No pressure again. I say no pressure. This is arguably the most important match of our season now. And generally speaking, when we've had important games of the season, we have been found... we've been caught short. So that doesn't bode well. Here's a free kick. A chance for Freiburg very, very early on with Zentner. Sends the ball in. McNulty gets there, but it's going to come to Moswitzer. He's going to let it run for the throw-in. And that throw-in is going to be a highlight. Bruckner's going to take it. He plays it into Dampfling. Cross to Afina at the far post. Murat's I didn't catch his full name. Murat something with the header. Hyland claims it. Hyland will just send it long. Linson's the target. He's never going to win a header, surely. But we do manage to bring the ball down, and Dvorak plays it over the top. De Niro's in behind. Can he cut inside and create a shooting angle? He can, but he drags it wide. Their goalkeeper looks short. Their goalkeeper looks rather short. So Afina now to Dampfling. Dampfling cuts inside, feeds Milosevic. Milosevic has created the shooting opportunity, and that's over. No, it's not. It's a great save. It's a great save. I'm not liking this at all. At all. Why are we struggling to win anything? So Freiburg have had a lot of ball in their half spaces there. We've really struggled in that regards. So we're already looking to try and deal with the Afina Gian and Dampfling issue. So the left hand, their right hand side, our left hand side. Do the whole marking up thing. The whole showing onto the foot thing. Let's put the pressure on the fullbacks. We're already just 6 minutes in. We're going to push up our lines. Let's not let them settle. As I say, this is an important match, and we've looked a little bit off it already, and we still are. Here's Murat. Murat with a shot just wide. Or could it? I mean, 37% ball share is shock. It's another free kick. It's another free kick. It hits the post. Watchin sends it in. Garcia McNulty gets across. So 4 fouls. I think we've seen 3 free kicks as highlights. Here's our highlight. That's over. Linson's on a yellow card now as well. Let's tell him to ease off tackles. Yeah, we just can't hold on to the ball either at the moment. 36% possession. You would expect at home us to be in control a lot more. Oh my word, you guys are... I'm so far behind on chat. Right, I'm going to skip past everything that I've missed. I do apologise. Right, Moswitzer. Back to Koski. This is meant to be a high press. Where is the effort? Milosevic to Murat. Murat, plenty of time, feeds it into Watch and Wash to Dampfling. Dampfling, a man who we've asked to mark. We didn't mark. He shoots. Hyland turns it round the post. Zentner's with the corner, sends it in. Wimmer heads it clear. Murat comes away with the ball. Murat. Garcia McNulty with a great challenge. Let's get on to balanced. Taking counter off. Going to try and build up. We're going to play a normal possession game. Let's see. So if we can get above 40% ball share by half time, then we're generally making some improvements in that guards, but we're really, really struggling. Yeah, so we did get up to 42%. We've had 3 shots. They've had 5. It's been a very, very bad game from us so far. I'm going to throw that water bottle. And De Niro, if you don't like it, that means you can come off. As can Linson because of his yellow card. As can Pazarek because of his yellow card. As can Pazarek because of his yellow card. Let's go like this. See if we can do anything there. So right, so you see, catch 22. It's times like this when you realise it isn't time for us to retract your declaration of independence. There are some sensible ones among you. Are there? Are there? I mean, there's. I mean that just generally as an everything, because there aren't any sensible ones over here, so I doubt there's any sensible ones anywhere. That's how I do it. I cast everyone with the same stone. I suppose a draw isn't the worst thing. A draw will mean that we need to win away from home against Karlsruhe in the last game. Here's Adamu. Feeds Murat to Watchen. Watchen, good save from Highland. Of course, me now saying a draw isn't a bad thing means that we will definitely concede. Watchen sends the cross in. Altendorf, there we go. Right on cue. Right on cue. So we are talking about dark secrets of the Catholic Church. Where on earth are things gone? Oh my. Must be a really solid stone if you can cast it 7 billion people. Absolutely. It is 100% true because the entirety of humanity is definitely a monolith. Right, Stembring to Garcia McNulty. Garcia McNulty curls it wide. Ooh. Johan Hover's now injured as well, so he's coming off for Abdullahi. No, other way round. Abdullahi there. Stembring. Here's our guys coming in. So inside forward on support on that side. Inside forward on attack on that side. That's the fullback attack side, so that's fine. Underneath the deep line forwards. Asnu is tired, so that's the last change, isn't it? The last change is going to be Pavlovic in that role. On positive. Push those lines up again because we changed the formation over. Come on, let's get our 3rd goal out of 5 games this stream. We just want a 3rd goal, right? Just a 3rd goal. That's all we're asking for. Or a shot now. Actually, I'd be quite happy if we could just have a shot in the last few moments. Schmidt sends it clear. Here we go. Stembring loses out to Cruz. That's fine. Garcia McNulty. Back to Schmidt. Schmidt across to Garcia McNulty. Dvorak now. Has space to run into. Can he play the pass? He can't. He goes outside instead. Dvorak to Garcia McNulty. Nürnberger. Here's Pavlovic. Pavlovic takes a shot from air distance. That's what we wanted. Said all we wanted was just one shot. Just one shot. The goals are here. They're not frequent, but there are goals coming. Pavlovic takes a touch, swivels on the ball. Yates with his lovely, lovely half row doesn't track it well, and it grubs its way into the far corner. Come on, let's just steal this right at the death. Steal this right at the death. That would be nice, eh? Or concede right at the death. Can we throw it away right at the last minute? Here's Wagner with the free kick. He's going to swing it in to the far post. Watson wins the header. Halen claims, final whistle. This is nice. This is nice. We have now... That's 2 games in a row where we've deserved to get beaten and we haven't lost, which is something that is the complete opposite of our experience up until recently. So, you know, this feels like karma. My God, we were awful. We were very, very bad. But we hang on. It is now just between us and Gladbach for that final European spot. Hove should be back in time for the finale, which is good. And then let's... All right, we've got no Odawa bias, so it's got to be that way round. And if it's that way around, let's just do a quick pick. That makes things a little bit easier for me. A quick pick sees Garcia McNulty is a player we want as the starter in that situation. Nürnberger, Pavlovic, Asnus the winger, Linson, De Niro up front alongside Abdullahi. And that would be our normal lineup going into that game. So our next opponents are playing a 4-4-2 as well. Kaiserslautern. Who do Gladbach play in their final game? They play against Hanover. An away game against 10th place Hanover. But apparently, bit weird that the badge wasn't showing for a second there. So not easy games for either of us. Well, I mean, Kaiserslautern should be an easy game. So we'll see. Right, so Dean Bassist is a big fan of tiramisu or baklava when you can get some good stuff. Anything Black Forest flavour if I can find it. I've been very, very bad at catching up with stream here. Somehow we've gone from the Pope to baklava, and I am here for that. So Crudmo's a fan of cream. I don't know if that's still on the same the same topic or not. Nightcrawler says Galacta Buracos and Mocha. I'm guessing that's more dessert based as well. Aaron Zentner Masterclass. If only your scouts picked him up. If only. Right, you just found out you'll be playing in the UEFA Super Club at the Stadium in Toulouse. That's a venue. Just Stadium in Toulouse. Interesting. La Stadium. Was it Le? For some reason, I feel like stadiums are feminine. I feel like it'd be a La. But I'm wrong. I was born a Parkman. I'll die a Parkman. Parkman. When I get hungry, I like to treat myself to a restaurant sometimes. I mean, that's fair. So Maestro, do you mind showing you the finance tab just a bit? Sure. So we will be getting about 60, somewhere between about 55 and 60 million euros coming in from the end of the league. So we'll probably be making just slightly less profit than last season. We're on par to make probably around 20 million or so, I think, which should be kind of right. We do have a little bit of extra money coming in from the Ellis Sim sale, but that's the only stuff that's been done in installments since we've been there. You'd like to see the projection? Oh, the projection is useless. The projection, this might be the single worst screen that exists in the entire game. It does nothing to model what could actually change at any point over the course of the seasons. So yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the projection page whatsoever. So Sherbs is happy. Sherbs is a fan of tiramisu. Okay, you love tiramisu. I don't mind tiramisu. I'm surprised that, like, so I'm sure I saw. I don't know whether the source of the article was, to be fair, but there was an article that was going around a little while back about like the best rated desserts, and tiramisu almost always comes out near the top, and it's a solid dessert. Don't get me wrong, but is it the best? Is it the best? I mean, I'm a fan of lemon flavored things. So, you know, like my top tier will be like a lemon meringue pie, lemon tarts, that kind of thing. So I'm probably a little bit biased in that, and that'll be why I'm so surprised by it all. Right. let's see. Why is Schaffel's sharpness gone down? What? Oh, because Wimmer's the starter. That's all right. That's all right. Jens Halen stays in. They are playing that 4-4-2. Right, here we go. Here we go. Right, oh, I'm back to... There we go. Get it out of the system. Get it out of the system. Right. Marcel Lotka normally has a good game against us. Hands on hips. I expect to win. I trust you. Attackers, I trust you too. Let's see us shit the bed. Wait, did someone say Galacta Bareko? They did indeed, DM Bassist. They did indeed. Nightcrawler did over on YouTube. A brilliant left back for Dynamo Kiev, quite possibly. Johnny Trotter, get out now while the going is good. We're going to do our own. We're going to be our own version of Harry Redknapp. We spend their money and then we bail and watch it all fall down afterwards. So is tiramisu strictly solid though? It's soft and creamy. Good work, sir. Sherbs is a huge fan of lemon drizzle cake. Yep, lemon drizzle. All lemon cakes are amazing. Lemon cheesecake I can definitely get behind 100%. Those little goo lemon cheesecakes are immense. Like just a really basic no bake cheesecake with a homemade lemon curd. Oh, and I wonder why I'm fat. Like, because lemon curd is so easy to make. It's so zingy and rich, and with the creaminess of a cheesecake, I'm getting myself excited. I'm right. This stream has to. Hey! La 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 la. Jalal Abdullah, Abdullah, Jalal Abdullah, Jalal la 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 la, Jalal Abdullah, Abdullah, Jalal Abdullah. What was I saying? I was saying this stream has to end before 11 PM tonight. They almost always do anyway, but that's so that I can make sure that I add some lemons to my shopping that's meant to arrive tomorrow morning. Right, 26 minutes in. Do we shut up shop now? Do we just go all out defense? No, we want a second goal. We want to give ourselves a little bit of a cushion. We have shown on enough occasions that we're not able to hold on to 1-0 leads, that we can't really bank on that. And here could be the end of that 1-0 lead. Keller with the cross and Ciala's the target. He gets his head to it and it's over. It's over. So I'm missing things there. Catch22 says that Quadmo's jokes are bottomed out. This is why I've been warning you guys: don't feed the Quadmo. It only encourages him, and then you get jokes like that, which arguably are probably still in his top 10%. Although I got to say, my mum absolutely loves cream puffs. Solid dessert too. A cream puff is with a jam as well. So like a nice puff pastry, dollops of cream or buttercream, and then like a nice tart jam. Amazing. Nightcrawler says tiramisu is not solid. It's soggy and mightily overrated. Oh, Nightcrawler coming in with the hot opinions. I can certainly get behind it. I think it's solid. I mean, I've said that many times. But I do think that does make it overrated. That's Pavlovich. Oh, Pavlovich.
Going, Avatalo's glowing, Nick has got us going.
Yeah, so because everyone rates it so highly, it has to be overrated by extension. So I will definitely defend your opinion on that. Pavlovic with a great finish right into the top corner, sweeping home. That's what we've needed this season. That's what we've needed this season. Right, Garcia McNulty feeds Asnu. Asnu to make it 3. Not with finishing like that. It took a deflection on its way through. A third before halftime would definitely make us feel very, very comfortable. Crodmo takes exception to being told he's bottomed out. Feels like he's continuously getting better and better. Okay, this is where we can feed the Crodmo. Feed the delusion. Just say yes and hope that he stays quiet from here on. No, that's unfair. That's unfair. Zenergy's a Banoffee Pie fan. I know. Look, I get myself cancelled on a daily basis with these streams, so there's nothing to lose, right? I don't like banana unless it's just banana. I feel like banana, the consistency ruins a lot of desserts. The flavors just don't quite mesh as well as I don't find that, like, banana and caramel just makes caramel worse, right? Caramel itself is amazing. So why ruin it with banana? See, this is where I should have stopped talking. I definitely should have stopped talking. I'm sorry. Welcome in, Mr. Eku. How you doing, my dude? Gamma Jobber. We are sadly not in the Conference League. We lost 1-0 on aggregate. Another tale of poor finishing, unfortunately, let us down. We messed it up in the home leg. A reasonable 0-0 draw away from home, but that's not what we need when we were chasing a 1-goal deficit. Right, Topalovic. Chance for them to come away. I suppose that's a good challenge. So Maestro, your goalkeeper's just got injured in a derby game and you have no sub-keeper on the bench. Am I cooked? Yes, you are cooked. You are cooked, I'm afraid. Well, you might not be by now. The game, I assume your game's probably over. Maybe if you can keep the opposition away from your goal, you're absolutely fine. Zabdalai takes aim from distance. Lotka tips it round the post. Crodmo, when are we going out for dinner again or something? A good question. A good question. After this stream? Like, DM Basis wants me to rescind the message that Nightcrawler is his hero. So evidently you don't agree with the tiramisu take. DM Basis, that's actually not an awful take. I don't know where we're at though, unfortunately. Nightcrawler says, tell DM Basis I'm reading along, and my name is spelt with 2 Ks. It is indeed. So it's Knight, as in Knight of the Round Table, and then Crawler with a K instead of a C. So banana splits. No, bananas. Just give me a banana. Give me ice cream separately. 2 perfectly fine desserts / snacks on their own. Cock and smash. I should feed your Crodmo like a Tamagotchi. There are serious consequences if you don't. Oh God, how guilty would I feel if my Crodmo died? Jesus. There's a bleak thought for a Friday night. Right, substitution time. It's going to be Stenbring on. It's going to be Hove on. To Stenbring, we're going to tell him that he needs to make an impact. Hove has already responded well, so that should be absolutely fine. So, Rich says, how can you get better when clearly you've already attained a state of perfection? Talking about Crodmo. Touche. Touche indeed. Will Spin, welcome in, my dude. How are you? Don't apologise, you be you. I should definitely apologise for being me, Wheel Spin Win. I've had to put up with myself for, oh my word, nearly 40 years. And I definitely know that that's an insufferable thing. In fact, so it's less than a month until my 40th. Oh fuck! So I guess that's when we do when we do a meal then, Crodmo. Right, here's to Palovic into Birch. Birch runs round the outside, plays it across. Nesiala should have pulled it back. That should have been 2-1. A big chance goes begging for Kaiserslautern. Nürnberger is the next tired player, so we're now going to bring on Hazarek. He can play out wide. Oven Pavlovic. No, actually, we're bringing Pazarek on to play in defence. We're bringing Muller on for Garcia McNulty. And Shiitake on. We're making all the changes all at once because I'm very bad at paying attention to everything. So I might as well use them before I forget. So, Mr. Echo, we finished season today in search for job, or is it for another stream? We will certainly start the job hunting on this stream. This is the last game of the season. Stenbring looks to make it 3-0. Shots blocked. So yeah, we've got plenty of time. DM basis there. Nightcrawler noted. Great timing, Musterman. You're a professional chattist, I see. Yes, professional. Definitely professional. Wimmer gets it clear. Hopper on the outside sends the cross in. We get the first. Abdullahi gets it clear again. Markandelli got to play it out wide to Lara. Lara sends the cross back in. Pazaret can't get it clear properly. Hopper again. Hopper back to Bosch. Bosch. He might be a Bosch. No, he's going to be Birch, isn't he? Hopper cuts it across to Birch. Nobody paying attention. It's suddenly a nervy last 5 minutes or so. Now, we don't know what's going on in the other game, or if it's come up in the bottom corner, I haven't been paying attention to it. So it could come down to goal difference. So if we win and Gladbach win, it could matter how many goals we've scored. So Slinson sends it in. Markandelli loses out. Abdullahi is going to be penalised for that. Gets a yellow card. Nothing wrong with that, ref. Nothing wrong with that at all. Right, this is the 6th minute of 4 minutes injury time. And Ciala gets up to win the header. That's behind. We have surely won, right? We have surely sealed that now. It's a good win. We don't know what that's done to the table. So before we find out, let's play the song.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
The moment of truth. The moment of truth. We hold on. Gladbach win by just 1 goal. Our +5 goal difference beats out their +3 goal difference. We secure European football for Darmstadt back to back. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. That is what we wanted. That is what we needed. Now, how soon after? Like, I think we wouldn't resign 5 minutes after the game. That would be a very, very weird thing to do. So we get 60 million euros for that. Asnu gets a bonus. We send them on a little break. Oh, Bundesliga here. So the league finished. Bayern Munich secured the league for the 109th time in a row. Ignoring that one where Dortmund won. Dortmund second, Bayer Leverkusen third, Leipzig a long way off in fourth, Bremen in fifth, Frankfurt in sixth. So we were pipped to the post by our rivals. And by pipped to the post, I mean they were miles ahead of us by 7 points. We finished seventh. On goal difference ahead of Gladbach. Hamburg, Hoffenheim, Kiel are down. Well, Hoffenheim are down. Kiel go into the playoffs. So the playoffs are there and there. I think we step down like at the end of the week. I think that would make, like, we do all our farewells. We'd be talking to everyone. Does everything like that, right? So I think that kind of makes sense. You know, the narrative, it matters to me a little bit. It matters to me. So, Mr. Echo, when's your birthday? It seems pretty close to yours, which is the 25th of May. Exactly 1 month before that. Exactly one month before that. Maestro, so here comes, there is a break coming up, blah, blah, blah. So there was a break that was meant to be coming up. It came during the game, so I was just like, yep, we'll just We'll just plow through. I'll get through until the next one, because the rest of the stream's going to be pretty low stakes as well. Let's be fair. So Nightcrawler says banana can be combined with dark chocolate and not many other things. I kind of agree with that. I definitely agree with that. So Will Spin's almost 39. You seem fine to me. 39's a fine age to be. And in about a month's time, 40 will be a fine age to be. Anything that's outside those parameters, definitely not. Right, okay, so resign immediately, says Crudmo. After party, then resign on Monday. I think we resign during the week, maybe Wednesday then. So Keegan resigned straight after a game with England. Be more Kevin. You see, but that's how we always, like everyone does it. They resign right at the end of the season or whatever. It feels like you'd normally in real life you'd have a few days before you kind of do it. We might not. Okay, Monday. I'm doing it on Monday. That's the squad planner update. We spend the weekend. We enjoy things. We catch up. We have a meeting with the board on Monday. What was meant to be the squad planner meeting, but will actually be the resignation meeting. Dinero's progressing well. That's marvellous. Yeah, we know that. Armin Meyer looked reasonably decent. The initial budgets would be 20 million and 825k per week. Good. That's good. That's a pretty nice little situation for whoever's going to replace us. So Mean Wolf, have we checked the jobs that are maybe now available? That doesn't matter ultimately, but most of the jobs that we would have liked came up during the course of the season. So I'm not expecting anything great immediately. But I do. So I don't think we'll get a job over the summer. If I'm completely frank with you, I think that we'll probably be looking at around that November time when teams start to panic because of a bad start. Because teams like Dortmund have just hired Unai Emery. We were offered an interview with them like 18 months ago. We had Inter came up to us previously. We had Atletico Madrid come up to us previously. And I don't think we're going to see much of that about. It feels like most of the good jobs have been replaced relatively recently. So yeah, I'm not expecting there to be anything particularly amazing there. So no one wants to be like Keegan. That's a fair point. Such good entertainment value though. True. Zeratul, you don't look a day over 49. That's the youngest I've looked for a very long time. Thank you. So Mean Wolf, meeting board like and telling them I don't like you. Coffee, I quit. Indeed. So as I said, after we had decided that we were going to leave this summer, the board did offer us a contract whilst we were going, whilst I was moving up to the next game off stream, which obviously we rejected. So they should kind of know that it's the case. Here we go. This is perfect. We've got a meeting here asking us for club vision and expectations. We've got a team meeting as well. So let's say thank you all to everyone. And then just say nothing else. That's kind of our goodbye, right? We're not going to choose a training camp destination. We're not going to accept this. Thank you very much. So let me just check. Our contract expires next year. Yeah. So that's fine. So though you've just handed in your resignation, we would like you to reconsider and stay with us for the foreseeable future. I have no intentions of changing my mind. So thank you very much. We are now a free agent. Fabulous. Confirmation there. Aratalo resigns. Who leaves with us? Sammy Huppier. Sammy Huppier follows us out. Yeah, okay, let's make sure he's on our staff shortlist. He's someone we can bring forward. And Demo Wok. Wasn't he there before us? No, he wasn't. He came at the same time. Or he came back to us. But, you know, if he's going to quit, he's now put himself in our good books, so that counts for something, right? Director, welcome everyone. So we would like to talk about next season objectives and the philosophy of this club moving forward as we enter a new era under the great Mr. Musterman. I would like to start by saying I'll be resigning. So Sheeny JW, with your skin, is it hard to work on finding Wonder Kids? Yes, it is. That's kind of part of the point, is that you need to be looking for players based on their performance rather than their attributes. So, director, fuck, indeed. Tell the team they'll get relegated without you. Oh no, we're not that mean. We're not that mean. I've penned a statement in the local paper that says that I've got the utmost of respect and love for Darmstadt. It's just those bloody fans. I hate those bloody fans. They can go to hell. I think something along those lines would have been fine, right? So, Maestro, that was such a sweet reply. I thought it was going to flip you off. Yeah, I mean, it would have been fair to do that. So for us that came in late on this series, how was the name Aratalo chosen? So welcome in, Zerachal. It wasn't just Aratalo that was chosen. It was Mika Aratalo that was chosen. Now, Mika Aratalo is a former Aston Villa youth player who was once given a very, very, very high PA on Championship Manager 0304. A bit of a champs wonder kid that never quite made it to the top. And so we just thought, yeah, there's someone Finnish. I support Villa. There's a slight Villa link in there as well. And it gives us a backstory. Essentially, that's all it was. Now, over time, he has gone from looking like that lovely picture to looking like this abomination. This is his face scan. So we used a face scan, and that's what it gave us. He's got long blonde hair. It seems to have turned it grey at some point, and he's now dressed like Segundo Castillo. What a glorious, glorious human being he is. So Blue Lions was late celebrating my grandma's birthday. What have I missed today? Well, first, happy birthday to your grandma. We've got to the end of the season. And as we said, we would now step down. Guardiola has just been sacked by Tottenham. Tottenham could be interesting. We are described as world class. That could be a consideration. Roma is now available as well. Roma's probably a little bit more south in Italy than I would have necessarily have considered, but maybe not the worst thing. Saint Etienne over in League might be more of a sideways move than an upwards move. And maybe there are jobs that are going to come up earlier than I thought to. So off to wherever the elves go to west of Middle Earth, indeed. And Dan Bates already asked that, answered it. So in the original CM1 game, if you resigned when you had the best reputation, had been at a club for years and years, the board would give you the message, we think you're a right bandit. Really? There we go. Oh no, not Tottenham, says Mean Wolf. I mean, I don't like Tottenham, but I mean, it does fit the brief. Let's take a little tour of the Premier League now. So let's have a look at what happened in the Premier League. Birmingham City got relegated. I'm all on board with that. Brentford and Wolves down. Burnley survived. Fulham, Nottingham Forest, Leicester now in the league, relatively established. Villa in 13th. Southampton, Chelsea in 11th. Everton 10th. Newcastle 9th. Tottenham 8th. So Tottenham once again just falling a little bit short of everything. West Ham secure a 7th place spot. Liverpool, Leeds United, Brighton, Arsenal, Man City, Man United somehow up the top there. Jimmy J. Morgan. Chelsea youngster, proper Chelsea, as Ladislav Almasi fan would say, with 21 goals in the league. How about that? And Tottenham were the holders before. Indeed, well noticed, Johnny Trotter. So Tottenham fell off big time. Big time. But they are evidently quite a good team. So we're going to look through the past winners. That's Man United's first win since the 2012-2013 season. Since the game's been playing, it's been Arsenal, Man City, Arsenal, Man City. Tottenham got it last season, Man United this season. Tottenham have finished runners-up twice prior to that point and third before. They are a good team, let's be fair. So if you're world-class, surely Tottenham's a step down. I mean, fair point. But yeah, I think that we still need to prove ourselves. We're just looking for a step up from Darmstadt ultimately. I mean, Tottenham is an interesting prospect. Let's be honest. That looks like it could be someone we should be applying for. Oh no, what a stream to miss. What happened in Europe and the league for Darmstadt? So for us, we managed to just secured a top 7 finish for the second season in a row, which means we got them European football. We made it all the way through to the Conference League semi-finals, which we played tonight. Unfortunately, we lost the home leg 1-0. We couldn't score in the second leg, so we went out 1-0 on aggregate. Still, a phenomenal first campaign for Darmstadt. That's Darmstadt's first ever campaign ever in Europe in their history. So, you know, we can be reasonably proud of that. But we decided that we were going to step down 6 months ago in game. So this was all part of the plan. So the Quez, is Rome too hot for your Finnish manager? That's my initial impression with Roma. As I was saying, it's probably just a little bit too south. So let's have a look at this squad. The squad is quite big. They've still got Vicario, Dragusin, Scalvini. Vuskovic is interesting. Van der Ven's still there. Udogi's still there. Sarr, Conor Gallagher. Oscar Glauc. Kulu's still there. João Felix is there. Antonio Falcone is described as their key player with 12 goals and 11 assists last season. 22-year-old who's perhaps maybe not done as well as his value suggests. Mikey Moore is very much a bit part player, so hasn't really made the breakthrough. Vitor Roque up front. They look like they've got a goal scoring problem. So we're probably not the manager for them because we'll just bring more goal scoring problems with us. It certainly looks like an interesting team. There's some young prospects in there already in and around the first team. Let's have a look at that advert. So the finances are only described as okay. That's all we know about them in that regard. High tempo, pressing, attacking, possession, entertaining. We've got a maximum of 1 ESC slot, so they're using up a couple of their ESC slots already. Probably worth applying. So Johnny rightly puts out, it's not a tournament summer, so there won't be international job turnover. Indeed. Crudmo is adamant it's not Tottenham. If he goes Tottenham, we riot. If he goes Tottenham, let's all rage quit and start our own rival stream. If he goes Tottenham, we torch London. Cheers to this style of football is not as entertaining as people think, folks over at Social Feed. I mean, he's right. See you in Bundesliga, in the Zweite Bundesliga next season, I mean, quite possibly. The anti-Mustermann campaign is coming through strong. Newcastle could be available. Oh, right, so you guys are happy. No one gets upset about the idea of Newcastle being available, but bringing success to Tottenham. Antonio Falcone is already listed as a legend at the club. I suppose he had a really good season and they won the league. So, yeah, I get it. Right. What is your most convincing... We've got time to move on anyway, so we don't need to apply straight away. But what is your most convincing argument to turn down, to not even apply for Tottenham? Zenergy, take the Birmingham job, I dare you. I mean, if they hadn't been relegated, I would have probably considered that with the infrastructure at Birmingham to be a step up. And narratively, we could consider that Aratalo resents Aston Villa for him not realising his potential there, and so that might drive him to take the Birmingham job. But we're not going to do a championship team, I'm afraid. Well, not right now, if we can avoid it. So Roma have been about to get relegated, so maybe Roma aren't the option. We're unlikely to want to make a move down to Serie B. So DM Basis says we leave Spurs and wait for something else. Nope, that's fine. Backseating. I'm asking you guys as well here, so You don't want to deal with Levy. It's a recipe for disaster. Sherbs gives up if you go to Tottenham. No jobs in Spain. So Mr. Echo, Spain probably comes under the Roma rule, where it feels just maybe a little bit too warm for our Finnish sensibilities. Just don't go to England. It's awful. Rich says Tottenham would be ace. Premier League FM is boring as F. Argument, England is easy peasy. The Premier League is utter shit. The Greed is good league. There's no variety or exoticism to it. I mean, but we'd just be coming from the Bundesliga with their wonderful, glorious 50+1 rule, but we've been talking about Leverkusen, Munich, RB Leipzig, and how they've essentially messed it all up, and Bayern have won the league all but one season in the save so far. I mean, you're going to argue the Greed is good league could be described of pretty much every league. So, what do we think of Tottenham, says Blue Lions? How did Roma get themselves into 18th? They hired Danny Parejo as manager. That appears to be a large part of it. His adventurous 4-2-3-1. He went from Bordeaux to Roma. They've generally been a mid-table team for quite a while. Roma, if Roma stay up, narratively they sound quite good. Like that's a team who, like, the move itself would probably be sideways, because going to a bottom half Serie A team is not a move up from a top half Bundesliga team. But the status of a team like Roma, you could see how that would be appealing, right? So they're games at the weekend. We're not going to make any decisions until then, so we can move things forwards at least. But yeah, I, as I said, I'm happy to not apply for Tottenham, but I want to hear a compelling reason to not apply. So Johnny, I like that suggestion. Let's watch Roma's last game of the season, and see. That might even help us as well, potentially. You know, there'll be a little news article about it. The team I manage has the same... What? Let's just see if we've got this. We're on the attend there now. That's all good. So they've got an away game against Genoa. Could be tricky. Could be tricky. Roma drama time to go and rebuild them. Indeed, I think it could be quite interesting from that. Let the game go to 1st of July, see what's available. So this is what I was saying, Mean Wolf. I don't expect us to get a job this summer, so if we pass on teams now, that's absolutely fine. It's just about, what I'm saying is kind of compelling reasons, because we can also apply for jobs and not get them or reject them if we decide that we're not interested. We're going to find out a little bit about, during an interview process, if we even get one, we find out a little bit about the transfer budgets as well, and maybe some of the restrictions that might be in place. So we can kind of make assessments based on some of that information. We're being linked with jobs in Austria, which isn't quite as exciting, let's be fair. Sir Jabbits agrees with Rich. He likes the idea of Tottenham. A rival splinter group, indeed. The People's Front of Crodmo. So, let's see. DM basis. Strange mods distributing bans is not the basis for a system of government. That's all I'm saying. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. Says Energy. Reason to not go to Spurs. One word. Levy. That's fair. That's fair. But if there is a budget being provided, and, you know, surely we're a perfect Levy manager, right? Who generally tries to look for players who are undervalued. So even though Daniel Levy might be a, let's just say, C word, you know, we'd probably be a good fit. But we could go to Poland. I do, unfortunately, no disrespect intended, but Poland does feel like it wouldn't be a forwards move, that's for sure. Right, let's sit back, relax, and watch a Genoa versus Roma game. Roma rebuild. It's even a great title. It's a solid title, that is for sure. Here comes Spinoza, right from the off. Van der Put. It's a good save from Caprile. You'd also have to put up with now bad Italian pronunciations as well, which is a bad sign. Simmelhack, that should have been a goal. Lovely run across the front post, met it there, straight at the keeper. 2 big chances for Genoa early doors. We didn't look exactly at the permutations. We know that Roma are joint on points with the team on 34 at the moment. I don't know if there's any goal difference in play. So I don't know the results between them and the team joint points with them. So we kind of have to see. A draw might be enough for them. But Dyers with a shot. Caprile makes the save. A defeat, you'd expect they're down. But yeah, maybe there's something more in play there. Right, Crodmo's threatening to ban people, bless him. Isn't levy another term for tariff? I mean, doesn't that feel like nominative determinism on his behalf? Genoa have a goal. Now, if Roma go down, we are not considering them. We are not dropping divisions. Van der Put swings it in, but dies. There's been a number of efforts from corners. Roma haven't adjusted, and it looks like they might be facing relegation. Right, Maestro, one last mini game and I got to go. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, we should have that in a few moments. We'll see how quickly we get through this game, and then we'll pop to the mini game I did. Rome is rebuilt on 7 hills. There's a nice little move that we can work with there. Yep. Hung them in. Thank you for the player lookup as well. We'll do that in a few moments as well. Full transparency, the next break is in about 10 minutes. I missed the last one where I do my refills and toilet, so I definitely need to go when the next one comes. So it might be a case of once the game's done, we bring the break forward so that I can go pee. Then we come back and do the game and the player lookup. Simmelhack with another header from a corner. It's the same patterns emerging. Roma aren't responding. Genoa look in control. And so Pellegrini to make me look like an idiot? No, he doesn't. He sends it over. Roma are a goner. It looks like it. So Johnny Trot says, I think if teams stay level on points, there could be a 1-game playoff. Ooh, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. Welcome in, Ease Off Tackles. How you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. How have you been? How's your week going? So we are just watching the game. We have stepped down from Darmstadt now. Roma have a vacancy, but they are in 18th in the Serie A. This is their last game of the season. If they stay up, we might consider applying for the job. So Crodmo, if Musterman goes to Tottenham, I'd like to announce the start of my new podcast, The Crodmoan People's Front. A series of in-depth, it's a great save from Caprile, a series of in-depth interviews and knob gags streaming Monday, Wednesday and Friday at 6 p.m. My first guest, DM Bassist. DM Bassist is up for it. DM Bassist is up for it. The rich contextual, it's fate that he goes to Spurs. The words gods have spoken. The play on words, it's there. It has to be. Are Roma going to do anything to get back into this game? Here's Spinoza. It's another great save from Caprile. Caprile, like, if Roma stay up, Caprile is a keeper. Caprile should be kept. I mean, he's obviously a keeper. That's his job. Getting dominated by Genoa, they deserve to go down. I mean, yeah, you can't argue with that. They've still got Tammy Abraham up front. Actually, this might be Tammy Abraham's first game where he hasn't been injured. Musterman behind the pizza charts. Musterman exposed. Musterman exposed is a very, very different type of broadcast. Let's be honest. I heard some talk about how you writing a book. Thoughts on the titles? How to cook up the perfect pizza chart. We could go with that. That would be good. I mean, don't worry. I'm not writing a book. That's definitely not going to happen. Right, El Norby is offering to be a Crod mod. Chidera coming forwards. Second goal now will kill things off. Surely Nembot with the shot. Right, maybe my comment about England was too much on emotions. I admit, I just don't like Spurs. That's fair enough, Echo. I don't like Spurs. And like I was saying to Zenergy, I would genuinely, if Birmingham stayed up, that would be a job that's worth applying for, despite me really, really disliking Birmingham because of the Villa rivalry there. It's a priceless win for Genoa. Roma offered absolutely nothing. What does that do to the league? Are Roma down? Or do they get a reprieve in some form? So I bet the Romans don't do pineapple on pizza either. They probably don't. Roma are down. Roma are down. Udinese got a 2-2 draw with 10 men away against Juventus. That means they're safe. Lecce, they lost. They were already on 35 points. Does that, though, open up jobs in Serie A? Oh, the Roma job's gone. Oh no, it's just no longer organised by a thing. So we haven't seen anyone sacked from there right this moment. Cool. Right, okay. Yep, so let's do what I said beforehand. We're going to bring the ad break forwards a couple of minutes. Then we come back, we'll play a mini game. We'll do the lookup of Anton Matkovic as well. And then I'll make a decision about applying for Tottenham and upsetting you all. So cool. I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. Right, the ads are still paying, but I've just come back from the toilet and seen that Rich has been timed out by Quadmo. What? Rich, send me a message on Discord. What's Quadmo timed you out for? Do I need to time out Quadmo perhaps conveniently in time that he's unable to take part in the next game, because we need to, we need to rein back. He's far too far ahead in the lead, so if he's done anything beyond his calls, we need to ban him from the game, I think. No, cool. Right, okay, so we've got a mini game redeemed by Maestro. So let's play a round of football bingo. I'm going to pop a link in chat in a couple of seconds. Here, so if you head on over to the link, that's going to open up a tab in your browser and you can join the game. The way it works is every player gets a unique bingo card with 16 squares. Those squares will contain clubs or players or competitions or records. Pardon me. And our job is to match a list of players to that bingo card. We all get the same list of 60 players, one after the other. And it's our job to identify whether they match one of those squares. So there might be, let's say you get a picture of Cristiano Ronaldo, and on your bingo card you have Manchester United and Real Madrid. You could click on one of those squares. Once you click on a square, that's locked in. You can't undo the selection. You can't select that square again with another player. Which means that you might end up in a situation where you select one square and then a player comes up later that meets that square, but not a square that the previous player could have gone to. And you're like, oh, I made a mistake. You didn't know. It's just how it happens. You get 10 seconds per player to make a decision. If you don't know or you don't think they match any of the squares, there is a little skip button as well. So you can skip ahead. But once you get to the end of that list of 60 players, that's it. It comes to an end. The goal is to try and get 16 matches and get yourself a full bingo. Now, in terms of the points, the way it works is everyone gets a score. You get 3 points for every correct answer, so a maximum of 48 points. The person that comes in first will get 5 points on the leaderboard. In second, 4 points. In third, 3 points. Fourth, 2 points. Fifth, 1 point. If I place in the top 5 spots, then I just get ignored. So if I come second, whoever came third, we will get 4 points for second. So we're going to give it about another 90 seconds or so for people to join the game if they want to, and then we'll kick off in earnest. Now, as I said, we all get the same players in our list in the same order. So I will take the first few questions very, very slowly, so I don't get ahead, so you don't get like a cheeky little glimpse into what might be coming up. So let's see. Dr. Furemo strikes again. So he called you a Liverpool fan. I think that's perfectly reasonable. It's a compliment, says Rich. Oh, Rich is now trying to dig a hole, though. You're flying a little too close to the sun, my friend, says TM Basis. Indeed. Musterman for Spurs. Or better still, wait until the Liverpool job comes along. I mean, the Liverpool job would fit the criteria. As I said, if I'm willing to join Spurs, I'm going to have to be willing to join Liverpool. If I'm willing to join Birmingham, I'm going to have to be willing to join Liverpool as well. So, that's just, we follow the narrative of the save rather than our own personal prejudices. And I have plenty of personal prejudices when it comes to football clubs, let's be fair. So yeah, we'll see how it goes from there. Right, we are now going to start. So let's play bingo. Countdown. Sometimes that countdown's just 10 seconds. This time it was 11. I'm not really sure how it works. Not that any of that matters particularly. So our first player is Matthias Cunha. Now, he might fit some of these criteria. He might not. I'm going to let it run. I'm also going to let Thomas Munier run, I think. Although, don't really necessarily need to. I don't know if there's going to be a Belgian player for Dortmund come up all that often, so we will let that one run through. Now, I feel like Arbeloa did spend some time at West Ham, but I'm not confident on that. Shimikas has not won the World Cup. He might have played in the Dutch top division. I don't know. Luka Jovic. Is he Serbian? Is Jovic Serbian? We're going for it. Donny van der Beek. Was Van der Beek at Man United when Mourinho was at Man United? I'm going to pass on that. I think he was, but I'm not 100% certain. Axel Witsel. That could have been a Belgium Dortmund connection. Was Dortmund for a while? I'm starting to question myself on absolutely everything. Ademola Lookman. There isn't a Everton up there. Franz Beckenbauer. We'll play him for the World Cup. Andre Guardado. I think I'm going to let that one run. Might have won the Champions League. Might have played for Monaco. Andre Schürrle. Andre Schürrle now. I'm going to play Chelsea on that one, but I feel like he could have won. I'm always not sure on the Champions League and UEFA Cup winner ones, so I always tend to let them run through. Richarlison. Tottenham with Mourinho. Oh, he might have joined after Tottenham left Mourinho. I have such a poor concept of time. I'm going to regret that one. I'm going to regret most of these, to be fair. Michael Owen, quite famously, played for Inter Milan. Was he part of the Champions League? Had he left Liverpool by that point? I feel like he might have left Liverpool by that point. Cam Adeyemi for Germany. Jared Branthwaite played for PSV. Paul Gascoigne. Okay, did Gascoigne win any of those competitions? I don't know my UEFA Cup winners. That's my problem. I don't know my UEFA Cup winners. Right, Filip Kostic has played for a load of teams, but I don't feel confident on any of them. Kevin Strootman has also played for a load of teams. I don't feel confident with there. Manu Kone. Where is Kone now? He left Gladbach, didn't he? Anthony Modeste. I'm just going to skip through a whole load of these. Kolarov. I'm sure Kolarov was at Inter at some point. Oh, I hate this game. I hate this game. I just never feel confident on any of these answers. Was Havertz and Giroud at the same time at Chelsea? Giovanni Reina. Javier Mascherano. We'll lock that in for West Ham. Antonio Rudiger has to have won a Champions League now, surely. Gigi Wijnaldum has won a Champions League, so there's a typical situation there. Jordan Pickford we're going to pass on. Pape Mate Sarr, where did he come from? Did he come from Monaco? Passing. Idrissa Gueye didn't come from Monaco. Has he won the UEFA Cup with any of his teams? Granit Xhaka. We'll say they were at Arsenal together. Noah Okafor will skip. Nemanja Vidic we will skip. Branislav Ivanovic we will skip. Harvey Barnes. John Stones. Cody Gakpo. Harry Kewell with Liverpool maybe. Like that's the Alaves final. Perhaps. Balogun. Oh, Balogun's at Monaco, isn't he? Bogger. Bogger? I can't even say the word bogger correctly anymore. Shimao. Now we're getting all the Portuguese players coming through. Raheem Sterling. Mario Balotelli. Patrick Kluivert. Robin Van Persie. Alessandro Florenzi. Harry Kane. Brahim Diaz. Kevin Trapp. Steven Gerrard. We'll play Lizarazu. I don't think Lizarazu was at Monaco, but we'll play it anyway. So, Rich asks, Guinness, yay or nay? It's a nay for me, I'll be honest. I had to guess quite a few, so we've got some interesting. Zenergy sucked. Coritiba, atrocious ball knowledge. Crudmo's worst yet. Sherbs, I got 7. Koku Smash, not happy. I don't think there's a single Lille player in that list that I knew, which may... And 7 Sherbs might be my personal best. I think 7 is pretty solid on that board. But let's have a look. We've got the results. We've got 2 people still to play. Jinx, Jinx, let yourself be known so I can add you to the scoreboard. If you go by a different name in chat than Jinx, let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll add you to the scoreboard as Jinx. Just one wrong. Incredible work there. Incredible. 15 out of 16. Currently in top spot. There are 2 people left to finish. And then we have a 5-way tie for second. That's Kokutsmelch. That's Draw. That's Defuramo. I'm guessing if that's got to be Zerachul, right? If you've gone for Defuramo, Johnny Trotter and El Norby. Fabulous work there so far. Like genuinely, like that was a horrible. I don't know what cards you got on your bingo card, but that felt like a really, really horrible round. Really, really cruel and mean-spirited. So we'll just let that run for a little bit. So get the last result through whilst I quickly look up Anton Matkovic so that we can move over to that immediately. Cool. How we do? So if we've got 10 seconds by 6, that's 10 minutes in total. So there we go. If you dare give Defuramo's points to Zenergy, I'll brain you. It does appear that Zenergy is already on that list, so I'm not going to be giving it to Zenergy. But I mean, Zerachul was the person that called them that called you Defuramo, and there is now a Defuramo in there. So unless someone proves that Zerachul is not Defuramo, it looks like Defuramo's doing quite well. Greavesy, I'll never do well in one of these. They're tough, aren't they? They are very, very tough. Why wouldn't you want me to give points to Zenergy? He's helping you out. He's your fan as well. I think there should be more love and appreciation given to Zenergy. So Crudmo says you could send a screenshot of Defuramo's scorecard. Right, okay. So you are Defuramo. Do feel free to send me a screenshot, because now at the moment I'm going to play it the other way round. Now that you've got points, I'm going to be like, nah, Crudmo, I don't believe that that's you at all, because Zerachul is in that list, which is a pretty good point there. So out of 20, do we have a change? We don't have a change to the top score. Well done, guys. Absolutely incredible work there. Right, now, Hungdamin, you wanted us to look up Anton Matkovic. Anton Matkovic does not exist in this save, I'm afraid to say. So if you've got someone else you'd like us to look up, let us know in the chat and we'll get ahead to that. But in this time, I've had a chance to think about whether I'm going to upset you all. And I am going to upset you all. Applying for a job doesn't mean that we are going to take it. It doesn't mean we're even going to get an interview. But we're going to put our name out there and see how things go. So thank you very much for dropping by, Maestro. Have a lovely, lovely evening, my dude. So Draw says, will there be more bingo? Draw, we do play. So generally speaking, I try to do one round of bingo every night. We do have another pre-arranged game of top 10. Which we might well be able to squeeze in tonight. I don't know when exactly we're going to finish. And then if we're still going really late, which I think is unlikely, then we might end up with another one. But yeah, probably not another bingo tonight. Yes, the rest of these jobs, they're not particularly of interest. Quamo says, as Marder's playing Jacob's crackers with nothing spread on them. Responding to Rich, what were... I'll just let Crudmo and Rich have it out between the two of them. Maybe we can get... Whenever the Musterfest happens, you guys can get a room and sort it out in a more loving manner, I'm sure. So the most difficult of them winning with Tottenham. I mean, it's a challenge in its own right, isn't it? I mean, well, I say that. Tottenham have won the league in this, so, you know, maybe it's not that much of a challenge. Christian Schnoovely has been sacked, probably because the surname Schnoovely says it's really funny to say, but also he looks very, very wired. So, Draw, what times and days do you usually stream? So, firstly, what I'll do is I'll pop a link over to the Discord. So, on every Sunday, I will post up the schedule for the upcoming week. Sometimes it is provisional. You know, there might be changes that happen later in the week. The general aim is to stream Monday evening, Wednesday evening, and Friday evening at 6 p.m. GMT, and that generally goes on to around sort of 9:30ish. When I've got time during the week, like the daytimes, I might also stream on a Tuesday or a Thursday daytime at 11 a.m. With a different save. And currently, I'm taking part in the FM Netherlands Super League. So when those games are arranged as well, I'll try and stream them. We were streaming a little bit earlier with that. That's going to be more as and when. It's only once a week. And the dates are largely based on the availability of whoever my opponent is. So Moldy's in. Hi, Musterman. I'm a big fan of your skin and your YouTube videos. I was watching your Dortmund video, one to look for a goalkeeper. Would you recommend just following those filters to find me a replacement for Morris at Union Saint-Gilloise? So no. In fact, I would never recommend following other people's filters blindly. I would recommend taking the same approach though. So, what do you expect your goalkeeper to do in your system? Is his job to sweep up? If he's going to be sweeping up, then look at the actions that might do that, things like possession one. If he's going to be passing it short, you want to look at pass completion or possession lost. If you're expecting him to send it long, then you probably want to look at something like progressive passes, which will start to measure your medium length and long length passes. If he's mainly a shot stopper, then you might want to prioritize expected goals prevented. It all depends on how they fit into your into your tactic, and that's for every player and every role. Even if you use the exact same tactic that I would provide, you want to be looking at how your players perform in it and what that tells you. So if you've got two centre backs and one of them's already very, very progressive, you might not necessarily want to prioritise progressive passes from another centre back if you're trying to buy one. Whereas if you've got centre backs and neither of them progressive, maybe that then becomes more of a priority in whoever you're looking for next. So it's all about working it out bespoke to your situation. That Man City job is no longer insecure. There wasn't an insecure Man City job. Have they just won the Champions League? No. Real Madrid beat Inter. Rahman resigns from Lugano. So the jobs are coming open now. And Roma have filled their position already. That was very, very quick. Nothing much coming up in La Liga. So Oviedo sacked their manager. Villarreal will probably be somewhere we wouldn't mind looking at, I suppose. But again, that's probably a little bit too warm for us. None of the bigger jobs coming up in Ligue 1 either. Saint Etienne got relegated. I think I'd quite happily take a Strasbourg or a Rennes. But otherwise, it might be that we look beyond the summer. So, Crabmate, basically, if you turn your device on, Musterman will be streaming, as that's what's happened to you today. I mean, it's not that frequently, to be fair, but yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely head on over to the Discord. You get the notifications there as well. You can always put it on. You can always put it on mute, and the only time I tend to tag everyone is for the schedule update. So I'm not one of those that spams everyone all the time. Like Musterman, I urge you, do not walk this cursed path. Spurs promise much but deliver only heartbreak. Bottling glory at the final hurdle. Save yourself the torment. From Shakespeare himself. Now, look. Chelsea have just hired Mikel as manager. He's just left Milan. Oh. Oh, that is interesting. Now, Blue Lions, you might be a little bit biased in your assessment because, you know, Chelsea haven't been particularly good in this save, and Tottenham have won the Premier League in this save. So I get it. You don't want to have to face that possibility, but it is a possibility. It is a possibility. So let's take a look at Milan. So they last won the league in 2028. So that's now 3 seasons where they haven't. They did win the Champions League last season, though, to be fair. So they won the league 2nd, 3rd, and then this season as well, where they're in 2nd. So they haven't won the league in a few years. That seems pretty promising. They still have Maignan. Got Kaiki. He's moved through into the first team. Ruggeri's on the outskirts of the team. Theo Hernandez is still there. They've got Beraldo and Theo. Eduardo Bove. They've got Benessa. Nico Gonzalez. Some very, very good players here, we expect. They've got Arda Güler on loan. We don't know if there's a clause in there. On loan from Manchester United, of all places. Rafael Leao's still there. The LeBron James of football is still there. They've got Skamaka on loan. They've got Ilana Kana. It's a very, very interesting looking squad, that's for sure. In fact, if I do this from here, who is the favourite for the job? Pep Guardiola is the favourite. Pep didn't win the league with Tottenham. So someone else who won the league with Tottenham. Interesting. So absolutely we are going to apply for that job. Now I feel like Milan is probably too high for us, right? So that's part of the problem with what we're looking at. We're looking at a step up from Darmstadt, but a team of Milan's stature feels like quite a leap. But they do satisfy that Northern Italy. We said that with Italy, we're more likely to pay attention to Northern Italy. So that kind of makes sense. Roma have hired Fabio Pecchia. Was Wolves manager up until recent. So let's see. Milan seems good, and it's not that one there. Exactly. Why are Milan and Inter are Blue Neri in Mustermann's version? Whenever the licensing thing happened, only Blue Neri seemed to get changed. I've not applied anything to it since. So yeah, for whatever reason, Milan have never become Kashavit for me. The change happened. This save started back before the thing changed, so it might be something to do with that. But yeah, I've never seen Kashavit as a name, which is a bit weird. Boo Gula, he's a quality player though, isn't he? He's a quality player. We have to go for it. I'm not sure we get it. Exactly my feeling, DM Bassist. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Mr. Echo. Welcome in, FM Llama. How are you doing, sir? So, it's you say take that Birmingham job, and I've said very, very candidly that we would apply for the Birmingham City job, despite my personal givings. We are not playing as me. We are playing as Mika Aratalo, the former Villa youngster. Maybe the former Villa youngster has a bad relationship with Aston Villa because he never made it. So maybe the opportunity to take over Birmingham would appeal to him. However, we have just stepped down. We have just resigned from Darmstadt at the end of our 4th season with them, having secured Europe back-to-back seasons. And we've stepped down so that we can take what we would see as, at the very least, a step sideways, ideally a step upwards. And Birmingham, by being relegated, we don't want to be going down to a second division anymore. We believe ourselves. We're cocky. We're arrogant. We believe ourselves to be a top division manager now. So had Birmingham stayed up, we almost certainly would have been part and parcel of applying there. Right, work called, I'm afraid. Same next Friday too. Is Crodmo trying to get in on your stuff? Yes, keep Crodmo at arm's length, or else he ends up becoming a mod, and then timing out some good and wonderful people like Rich Son, which is disgraceful behaviour. Mean Wolf, AC Milan, interesting. Good old days under Berlusconi. I mean, yes, I'm sure the players all had a very, very fun time under Berlusconi. And under Berlusconi, quite possibly in the literal sense. Van Basten, Hullet, Rijkaard, what quality players. What quality players indeed. We've not heard anything from Tottenham. They've not even laughed at us yet, which doesn't bode well. I think if we get rejected if we don't get an interview offer from Tottenham... Oh! Pardon me, I do apologise. If we don't get an interview from Tottenham, then that probably helps us set our expectations for future applications. So we're not top tier. We're not quite that tier below either. Maybe we'd be looking more at, say, the Brightons, maybe the Aston Villas of this world, that tier down. Maybe the tier that we'd say Darmstadt were kind of working themselves into. So Connor, did you resign, or did things take a dramatic turn? So no, we resigned. We'd made a decision around Christmas time in the save. So just as the year turned over to 2031, that we're going to step down from Darmstadt at the end of the season. So that's exactly what we've done. It's time for us to spread our proverbial wings. And now we are willing to stay in Germany. There's nothing preventing us from doing that. So, but we are going to try and look for something that allows us to take the next step up. So I feel like we've probably hit a bit of a wall with Bundesliga. The Tottenham job is really, really exciting. We've applied for that. The Serie A Milan job is very exciting, so we've applied for that as well. But I expect that we're probably not going to start to see jobs open up that we might realistically be considered for until sort of around that November time, when teams have had a bad start and start to panic. And that's what I'm expecting anyway. We'll find out. Union Berlin looks spicy. Shame they're just, that's a step downwards for us. That's a step downwards for us. So Lama's heard that Crodmo is the mod's mod. That's you are being too kind to him. Crodmo, need I remind you that Rich Son called you a Liverpool fan? You can remind me all I want. And, geographically it's so similar. You might as well be, right? You might as well be. Right, let's see. We will attend the interview. Let's see what they say about us. They feel we'd be an acceptable fit for the club's ambitions, mainly as a result of your strong commitment towards playing a high-tempo pressing game. There's no comments there about things that they're worried about, which bodes well. Daniel Levy is still in charge. Look at his small face. Can you ease our concerns that you have never previously managed in this country? Can I answer this in Finnish? The fact I have experience in various other countries should hopefully make up for the fact. Yeah, we'll go with that. Having never managed a club of our stature and reputation, are you able to make a convincing case as to why that should be overlooked? Are you able to make a convincing case as to why that should be overlooked, and you should be hired? Good English. It's almost like it's me trying to talk during a stream. That is awful. Awful. Crodmo wants us to decline the interview. We're not. Musterman claims Crodmo is proper pool boy. Proper pool boy is about right. Proper pool boy indeed. It's the small face. It's the opposite skin, isn't it, FM Llama? This is going to be the small face, big stadium skin. It's not looking good. It's not there. It's an aggressive tone to start off with. I've spent the majority of my career building up considerable experience for smaller clubs in preparation for an opportunity with a bigger team. I hope to get that chance here. I can't hide from the fact that I don't have the experience you're looking for, but I hope you can look beyond this and discover that I'm the right person for the job. I don't like that answer. I've been waiting for the right opportunity to step up to the big time. I sincerely hope that I get the chance to here. I've never been given the chance to manage a truly big club. I'm desperate for that opportunity. I don't believe it matters. So I think I'm going with that one. That one probably makes sense. Your managerial experience lacks variety in our opinion. Can you tell me why you've only worked with a small selection of teams? I've shown loyalty, I think would probably make sense. I've shown loyalty. I haven't. I've walked out after 4 years on 2 teams. Can you handle the step up this job would represent? No. Nah, I can't. I don't think there's a dramatic difference between the 2 clubs. I'd feel very comfortable working here. Hey, I think Tottenham are as big as Darmstadt. Football is football at the end of the day. I'm more than capable of doing well here. I'm asking you to gamble on me. It'll be the best decision you ever make. I don't like the first sentence, but let's go. I like the second one. I like the cockiness of the second part of that. Are you up for a few jobs right now, it seems? Are you hedging your bets? I've applied to 2. There needs to be an additional comments button for these. I'm more than prepared to withdraw from them all if it's red line. Nope. I'm just trying to forge ahead for my career by any means necessary, considering my options. Don't think it's an unreasonable number of clubs to be talking to. Right now, that's nobody else's business but mine. Yeah, that's what I would say in that situation. Sorry. I can choose to apply for clubs. That's got nothing to do with you. The club would be looking for a candidate capable of performing to competition expectations, something our last manager did not do. Are you confident of handling that better than your predecessor? My record speaks for itself. We parted company with our last manager much sooner than anybody would have anticipated. Can you offer assurances that we won't be in for a repeat of that? Yes, I promise that you won't fire me. If I came here, I'd want to stay for a long time. As part of the recruitment process, we're willing to allow you to request changes to our current backroom staff, as well as the chance to request any staff members you would like to bring from your previous club. What size budget would you look for to make these changes? As always, I always ask for a small budget here. At most, we're going to try and bring Sammy Hoopier with us. But other than that, yeah, not necessarily too much there. So I will look up Bartel Barisic, by the way, DM basis once we've got through the interview. Tick the fuck off Levy option. I mean, it does feel like that. Which club is this interview for, chat? I do enjoy you winding them up, Rich. Levy throwing shade at Pep there, wasn't he? Wouldn't even refer to him by name. What a classy gentleman Daniel Levy is. We would like to share our vision for the future with you, as the successful candidate will be required to make it become a reality. If you have any reflections on it, now's the time to speak up. So, develop players using the club's youth system. Play high-tempo pressing football. Play attacking football. Play possession football. Play entertaining football. Work within wage budget. Sign players to sell for profit. Grow the club's reputation. Contract lengths are fine. So, by the end of next season, we need to have developed the best youth system in the country. By the end of the season after that, we need to have won the Premier League, won the Premier League again, won the Premier League again, won the Premier League again. Cool, I'll just agree to that. We're not expecting anything of you this season. We'll discuss next season objectives at a later date. Cool. Do you have anything for us to consider should we decide to hire you? I have no requests. That's all the questions we have for you today. There's no talk about transfer budget. There's no talk about wage budget, which doesn't bode well. So I don't think that. I don't think that went well, basically. On the way to Tottenham, on the way to Wembley, indeed. So Musterman, I actually was genuinely asking. I've been concentrating on something else and lost track of the stream. Fair enough. I thought you were just winding him up because you were the only person who was who wasn't aghast at the suggestion that I would apply for Tottenham. So I thought you were winding them up. We're winning the effing league. We'd have to. Daniel Levy doesn't do transfers, says Blue Lines. I mean, again, it's so difficult because, like, does any team do transfers compared to Chelsea? Because Chelsea operate in an entirely different world. So, you know, it's difficult to compare. They're certainly very, very keen to point out that I should be thinking about Finnish clubs. So my reputation might not be as good as we thought it was, but we did get the interview at Tottenham, so that's something at least, right? Get Harry Kane as your assistant manager. I mean, it's possible. That's not the worst call that I've heard for sure. Rich was going to say something similar. Sign him, no matter how old. Get him out of retirement. Look, we've got to look up Bartel Barisic, but let's have a look at Harry Kane as well. See if he's still about. DM basis, there is no Bartel. We still have Borna around. There's a few Barisics, but unfortunately no Bartels, I'm afraid. So Nightcrawler is 100% behind our decision. The YouTube reflection, that's marvellous to know. That is good to know. Weirdly, Nightcrawler, I can see that you have made that comment on YouTube, but I can't see it on my YouTube window itself. So I've got a separate little chat thing up on my PC. So here's Harry Kane. Harry Kane has not been given a job since he retired. He retired this season. He's literally just retired from the looks of things. 30-31 season. Never quite hit the heights in Bayern Munich. Maybe the timing would be perfect to bring him in as a head of youth development, perhaps. Right, yeah, let's check out Borna. He is currently an assistant manager. He also, I mean, I've always described Borna Barisic as the Croatian defensive Harry Kane. He retired quite a while ago, though, bless him. So at the end of the 26-27 season, or maybe the beginning of the 26-27 season, he played 6 non-competitive games. He retired. He wants to become an assistant manager, and nobody is willing to hire him. I don't think he's got the same connection to Tottenham that we could justify bringing him in over there if we were to get the job, sadly. How are those teams doing? So Getafe are in second division, so that's not going to be a consideration. Eredivisie. How did Heerenveen get on? Heerenveen finished in 7th. '11th, 6th, 11th, 15th, 9th, 14th. They've not really had a great run of things. It's not like they've managed to establish themselves as one of the stronger Eredivisie clubs. But it could be a consideration. They've got Lucas Asadi. Those that have caught, I think that was the very, very first Moneyball Clinic. Lucas Asadi was a player that came up. He's been there quite a while, still got 3 years on his contract. Asia Hierro was described as their key player. He is scoring at a kind of reasonable rate on a long contract as well. Feyenoord youngster, Ilyas Sabue. He's not that young, in fact, is he? Oh, it's not. Yeah, he is a Feyenoord youngster. Yeah. He's not played much. Well, I think that Heerenveen are possibly too low a level for us to consider right now. but maybe that would be the kind of job we'd accept in November if nothing has come our way. FMGNG, get Gary Doherty back too. There's a name I haven't heard in a while. What a shout. What a shout. No, get Jose Mourinho as your assistant manager. That would be bold, wouldn't it? Oh, there's a Damien. Welcome in, Damien. How you doing, my man? Just scouting your tactics some more. Don't worry, the tactics for this save have fallen off a cliff. So you don't... Actually, no, this is the tactics we use. This is of our 2 tactic sets that we have for the FM Netherlands. We have one set of instructions that are based on the Moneyball Clinic series. The other one, which is based on Unai Emery, is very, very similar to what we do here. But yeah, we're now without a club. We resigned from Darmstadt at the end of the season, so there's nothing much to see here. Milan have offered a interview. That's cool. Acceptable fit for the club's vision. Strong commitment towards signing first-team players now older than 23. Again, they're not saying anything negative, which is a good sign. TM bassist Ouch retired reasonably young. He did. Like, he didn't go get that much further in game, which is quite a surprise. Quite a surprise indeed. Right, before we go into that interview, let's do the look-up. So, Mr. Echo, you want us to have a look at Marc Bernal. Marc Bernal is currently playing for Lyon. Or not playing for Lyon. 26th of June, so the season might have ticked over. It has indeed. He'd just left Barcelona last season on a free transfer to Lyon, where he started a reasonable number of games, 28 in all competitions, and put in a pretty good performance, 7.05. Before that, though, he struggled to get a regular run in the senior team. 7 appearances, most of them as substitute. 3 appearances, 7. So most of the time was playing down in the reserve team. Yeah, seems to be doing all right. We won't have any information about his attributes, obviously, but seems to have settled in okay in Lyon. Right, let's attend the interview then. So, Jerry Cardinale as the owner. Welcome, Mika. We're glad you've come along to discuss our plans for the club vision should we decide to hire you. Are you worried about not being able to speak the language? I can learn the language in time. Yep. Like, surely that would be what would happen. Bit of a weird question, really. So, can you ease our concerns that you've never previously managed in this country? We're going to say this is the first time I've had a chance here. That's why I've never worked there. I managed a club of our stature again. There we go. That's the same answer we gave before. Why is it lacked variety? I've shown loyalty. Can you handle the step up? Absolutely. Can you explain why you appear to be in the running for a few jobs right now? I'm merely considering my options. A manager comfortable working with limited resources? Absolutely. That's kind of the thing that we do. Happy to work with the director of football. Small budget for staff changes. They want defensively solid football, possession, high tempo pressing. Win the Serie A, win the Serie A, win the Serie A. That all seems good to me. Do we have anything to demand? We don't. Now, we won't get the feedback from the Tottenham interview until soon. So, you know, if we need to give different answers, we won't. It's too late for us to find out. So, Mr. Echo, your guy is doing good in Lyon. He is indeed. You're watching the Lyon-Strasbourg game. How's it going? Lestry! I should have said... I didn't say hello properly to you earlier. Good morning, my dude. How are you? I need money. That's why I'm bloody looking for multiple jobs, you pillock. Yeah. I currently don't have a job, so I'm applying for jobs. That's kind of what we do, right? FMGNG, what's the budget for Bunga Bunga parties? Well, you see, they can't tell me that, can they? Because then there's like there could potentially be a trail. So we just need to know that there are bunga parties, and we don't ask where that money gets funneled from. Pillock is such an underused word. It's such a satisfying word, isn't it? What a great word Pillock is. It's 3-1 to Strasbourg. Oh my. It's probably over for Mikauta. I mean, Mikatadze. You'd think so. You'd think so. Darmstadt and Sahinovic failed to agree on new terms, so a little bit of a disagreement there with the he lost his place as starter, to be fair. He's probably a little bit miffed, bless him. So how long ago was it? We applied back in May, wasn't it, for the Tottenham job? So I feel like that chance is probably gone now. Which, oh my god, that is a blast from the past for me. Always a word in childhood in Sunderland. Never really heard it since you left there in 1991. I mean, it's not an oft-used word. That is fair. So Pillock, I'm a big fan of Egypt. Egypt's a good word. Right, Calabro to Faralpi Sala, Kieres to Pogan Szczesny. Again, we just see that Milan job is still out there. Tottenham is still out there. Birmingham job has been filled. Those options are starting to close up now. There we go, guys. There we have it. Looks like we've got ourselves the Milan job. It looks like we are going to be moving to Milan. So let's take a look. The assistant manager currently is a man named Andrew Crofts. Andrew Crofts was at Brighton up until 2026. He's been the assistant manager ever since. He's got a contract for another 4 years. Likes to play a 4-3-3. He's cautious. He can go. I do not want Andrew Crofts. I'm happy to pay out the €2.5 million compensation to get rid of Andrew Crofts. Obviously, Sami Hyypiä is no longer at Darmstadt, so we can kind of pass by that in that regard. I don't have any great attachment to the staff that were there otherwise. And would there be anyone, like someone Italian might be good to bring across with us? Did we have anyone? Do we bring? Oh, we hire Davy Selke, right? We bring Davy Selke with us, regardless. Davy Selke, can we make him an under-18s coach? Yes, we can make him an under-18s coach. That would be marvellous. We've got a compensation budget of €25 million. So we can pull things apart. Their coaching setup is pretty limited. They've got 2 fitness coaches. We won't touch that. We won't touch their performance analysts. That's absolutely fine. We've agreed to keep the director of football, so that's not something we touch either. Plenty of scouts. I don't think we really need to worry about anything else there in that regards, do we? Cool. I think that's just that one. That'll do. So who took the Darmstadt job? A good question. Let's take a look. Let's take a look over here. Darmstadt will be run by Achim Beer-Lorzer. Achim Beer-Lorzer was at Eintracht Braunschweig for 1 season. Before that, he spent 1 season at Unterhaching. And before that, he was director of football of Jahn Regensburg. Brief time in charge of RB Leipzig and Mainz. He's never held a managerial job for a very long time. That's what I can generally say, but a continuation of the 4-4-2 that we were using, so I suppose that makes some sense. Woohoo, says Lions. Yes, at least it's not Spurs. Pep in the mud. A bit Daniel Levy, you Pillock. Pillock's been permitted. Good choice. You are very... Wazzock's been used as well. Can you please hire Chesney as goalkeeping coach if he is available and also in that position? So, Mr. Echo, what we'll do for our staffing is we will put adverts out. That's our approach in this. We might go to... We'll bring Hupio in because he's on our shortlist because we've worked with him before. But otherwise, yeah, it's going to be applications. And now we don't have long, so over a month has passed since the season has ended. So rather than the bloody barcodes, that's fair. Nobody likes Newcastle. Nobody likes Newcastle. Zlatan is arse man. I believe that Zlatan is an arse man. Bless him. Right, so what European competition are you in? We should be Champions League. They finished second last season. So we should be in the Champions League. It's been 4 years since we've been there. Here comes the offer. Didn't they ask us how we would cope with limited money? And they're offering us a transfer budget of 133 million euros. Wow. They're offering us a wage of 70k per week. I want 75. They'll offer me 75 without without a wage rise in there. So that's all right. Yeah, we got a little. We only got $3,000 above what they offered, but that's still we've got them up, and we are the new manager of AC Milan. Boom. So Rich was saying that one thing that annoys me about FM is when you leave a job, AI manager takes over. Within months, they ruin all my work. I mean, yeah, that's very, very fair.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Lestry. Oh, Lou, what a gentleman. That is 10 gift subs. That's a sub to French Aurelio, to Leroy E1, to J Miller 1645, to J Demaster 10, to Astronomal.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
DM Basis with 5 gift subs as well. What absolute gentleman. Well, let's name the others. Astronomal, Wonder Skylight 2024, Moggle Mog, Renkinex, Bab Spear, Will Spin Win. All thanks to Lestry 14. And then Cheecho 302, Mark Roberts 1978, Unknown UK Simp, Cyrillic 16, and Mon Chicken UK. Thanks to DM Basis. Thank you very much, gents. It is not the statistics. It is not the statistics. You tell me, how can you measure being at AC Milan? Like that. Like that. So Miko Aratalo. We haven't won anything really since 2027. We did get Darmstadt promoted. We did get them into Europe. But this is definitely the biggest moment in our career. We're predicted to finish second, but the team want us to win. Did it say last season 16th? I'm sure it said they finished second. We need to find ourselves an assistant manager. We need to find ourselves coaches. Loads and loads of coaches. Massive transfer budget. We don't know what they're spending on wages, so we don't know what that wage budget actually means in the grand scheme of things. And we won't have any players scouted. We'll just come with like the 80 players that they are otherwise, generally speaking, aware of. We'll take a look at the players in a moment. Cool, we've done all that. That's fine. Defensively solid, should be fine. win the Serie A. That makes sense. Schedule a press conference. Arrange a meeting every week to start off with. And let's do a little bit of... So we're going to go... This is AC Milan. Season 9. Pre-season. So what I will do is I've realised I should have saved before we did so, before we took the job. So I will, off stream, go back to the previous save, try and get the same results so that I can save that and upload it to Patreons. We do have a Google Drive for save game files, so we can have a, at the end of the season, save point as well for anyone that wants to play it. Because I probably should have done that at the end of the season. A review ongoing negotiations. We've got some youngster who's going to be leaving. He's out of contract, so that, yeah, that's all cool, whatever. Is there anything there about paying his wages? There isn't. So the non-EU player transfer allowance. Only the first non-EU player will be eligible, that's fine. We get 1 British exemption. Any further ones, we'll have to work that out in due course. Sport profile, that doesn't matter in any great deal. Champions League, they want us to reach the quarterfinals. The EA Sports FC Super Cup, they want us to reach the semi-finals, reach the final. A Coppa Italia to the semi-finals, that seems reasonable. So we have about 400,000 euros in the budget. We won't create a tactic right now. I'm just gonna let's just pop it as a 4-3-3. We will go through that process in due course. Let's see what we can do about player assessment. Do we go back? Do we load up an old save just to see how they were performing during the course of the season? I think we do. I think that makes sense, right? Right, so Coritiba, look, showing off the Italian. C'è confusione, sarà pece, ti amo. Something confusion, something, my friend. I will go with that. I will go with that. Mark says thank you for the gift sub. As does, I think I saw Cyrillic as well. Aren't they gentlemen? Aren't they gentlemen? Lestri and Ian Basis coming up big. Absolute stars. Absolute stars. It's the song that the AC Milan supporters sing. Fair enough. Fair enough. That is some astonishing knowledge. Crodmo says, nah, just ring it. Not the statistics after all. Cool. Rafael Leao's now 32. Mike Minion's now 35. Hernandez 33. Bove 29. Great age to be. We've got some good, we've got players that are very much in their prime. We've got some experience as well. We can see their previous games, can't we? At least. So they're playing a 4-3-3 previously under Mikel. Mikel was there for a few years. That's kind of how they should be built. So let's... Cool. So in goal we have Stepan Bajic potentially. He's only played 3 games for Milan. His weakness is kicking, eccentricity. Otherwise seems to be a pretty solid goalkeeper. Looks like great as far as backup options go. Minion is wanted by Saudi Arabia. He's in the last year of his contract. He is still He's okay. His agility is lower than I would like for a player who's very, very slow. If you're thinking about a sweeper keeper that needs to be on their toes, need to be able to react for rushing out and one-on-ones, those are our concerns. So maybe we'll be looking for a number one goalkeeper potentially. Here's David Fusari, that lad. Now, as a youngster, 21 years old, rushing out is an issue. Rubbish reflexes. Yeah, he's not going to make the grade, but he does have decent agility. So we've got like solid goalkeeping options, but we probably end up needing to improve there. Kaiki. As far as Kaiki's development has gone, he likes to stay back. That's good. Perfectly reasonable physical profile. Good at certain, like the mental aspect of defending. Solid, not special. Siklic is described as a libero. That excites me. Tackling something that can't be trained, so that's good. Again, perfectly good profile in terms of like he's good at everything, not great at everything. Rich says low agility keepers always get beaten with low shots. No matter how good they are elsewhere, they end up costing you points. Agility is like my number one goalkeeper attribute. I ever since Tim Howard back in like one of the earlier FMs used to be impossible to score against. High agility has always been like my single most important thing. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Nick. Claudio Brignoni. Brignoni is very, very quick. Great stamina. Reasonable. Okay, so the low aggression is a bit of a concern. He's not a getting forward type of guy. Doesn't dribble, doesn't cross, not great first touch. But recovery pace is really, really exciting there. And he's good enough at jumping and heading. So Brignoni looks like a reasonable player we could work around. Venturelli, not the most important physical attributes to be good at. Can't cross, can't dribble. He's 14 stone. Can't head. Can pass. Good first touch. I feel like Venturelli, depending on how good his passing is, something to perhaps look at during off-season. I know bad composure, bad flair. It's like there might be a midfielder somewhere in there. I'm not sure he's a right back. Pardon me, Kovacic. Kovacic can jump, but he lacks bravery. Lacking bravery is very bad as far as I'm concerned. Okay enough on the ball. Great personality, model professional. Again, a player that seems to be decent, not special. So Thibaut says, yo, I can't believe you got poached by AC Milan. I'm so happy. That's the best thing that could ever happen to me. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh, now the pressure is on, Thibaut. Now the pressure is on. Yeah, see if we can match up to those standards. Leicester, no venturing for Venturelli, indeed. Just no, he's not got the what would we just call him? Leonardo Venturelli. That's what I think it is. We need to change do to no. Ruggieri is like Ruggieri is fine. He can't dribble. Reasonably decent fullback. Great crossing. So he's more of a fullback than a wingback. He's fine. I'm not sure if he's 325,000 euros per week fine, though. He's understudy to Theo Hernandez. Theo Hernandez got great natural fitness, which means that he's still quick at his age. Like, Theo is clearly a much better player than Ruggieri is. Theo is still very, very good at 33. That should be fun he should be fun to use. No, let's not call him Leonardo Venturelli. Boo. Right, Malik Thior. Great in the air. He's brave. Good positioning. good enough passing, first touch. Malik Thior is great. We can be happy with him. Beraldo as perhaps the left-footed option alongside him, now valued at 116 million, 320. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to adjust. I'm not going to be able to adjust to these wages. 325k per week is that's horrible. No one should be earning that. So Beraldo, he's perfectly fine. Like, what he's elite at physically isn't greatly important. Elite positioning, elite concentration is all cool. Anticipation as well. Decent enough in the passing, ball control. Low aggression does concern me a little bit. He's okay, but you probably want to be asking for someone who's more than okay for a team of Milan's stature. Eduardo Bove, I like Eduardo Bove. Great work rate, great determination, model citizen. He's brave, like he's good as a combative player. Yeah, there's not much more to say. I like Eduardo Bove. Benacer's now 33 years old. His fitness is a little bit on the lower side. Doesn't have stamina, doesn't have pace. Isn't physically particularly useful. He can tackle, good positioning, good passing, good first touch, good composure. Like, he's okay. Again, just okay. I don't feel like last year of his contract, the fact that he's slow and he has no stamina doesn't make me feel like he's a player I'd want in my midfield. Right, with Mustermann at AC Milan, I can wait for him to play the world's best left back once he finally signs Aaron Zentner. It might happen. It might happen, Koku Smash. Zeratul, the numbers are too big. They're just broken my brain. I mean, it does explain the budget. It does a little bit. Quadmo would like you to believe that's what Quadmo earns per week for modding duties. I wish. Rich says, Ian Roche, age 33, scores the winning goal in the 88th minute to win the title. Gotta love FM. That is beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Big nose traitorous twat. Yeah, I'm not going to dig it up. Quadmo. Just embrace the Ian Rush love. Tyreek Mitchell is just Sentinel in disguise. His work rate is so good. He's every left back in history. That is a bold claim. So Nico Gonzalez. Right, again, physicals aren't really that special. Positioning, vision, composure, first touch, good things to be elite in. You'd want his passing to be better at this point in his career. Solid, not spectacular. And again, 375k per week. We might end up just pulling this team apart. Right, Eamon Kari has not played a game for AC Milan. He has great vision and composure, anticipation, and technique. Physically, he's got good agility. This feels like a player that should be able to play as an attacking midfielder, and yet the furthest forward he can play is midfielder central. They've just signed him permanently for 30.5 million euros. His game's on. He was in. Oh wow. 15 goal contributions in 18 games on loan. Okay, that seems like a reasonable signing. No criticism there. No criticism whatsoever. Ian Rush equals childhood traumas that can't be healed. That's a shame. Brazilian Fury, wait, we're Rossoneri's now. We are indeed. We stepped down at Darmstadt, like we said at the end of the season. We took an interview at Tottenham, an interview at Milan, and they've offered us the job. And now I'm realizing we've got to work out what on earth is going on. Right, Mr. Echo's going ahead. Look, Mr. Echo, Mad Loba for coming along tonight. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, my dude. Right. Santiago Heze, Olympiacos player formerly. I'm not sure there's anything attribute-wise that suggests he's going to be good enough to make the step up to the top echelons of Italian football. Gotta love the work rate, but not necessarily elite at anything else. Seems like a bit of a weird signing there. Abdul Fatua is now described as an elite winger. He scores 1 in 5 times. Excellent pace and agility. What I like in a winger, that's perfect. Excellent dribbling, excellent technique. Excellent long shots. I think we can definitely do well out of Fatui. Didn't play much last season. The season before though he did. He played quite a lot. 20 goal contributions in 30 league games. 26 goal contributions in 49 total. But yeah, he's had a couple of good seasons, and then it seems like he's just not been able to get the same number of opportunities, possibly injury. Rafael Leao is now 32. Rafael Leao's 32. Wow. So, he's had 4 injuries last season, out for a total of 8 weeks. He's got elite natural fitness, so I don't expect that at 32 his attributes have, say, dropped a major amount. He looks really underwhelming. Not got elite pace. Does have elite off the ball. Does have elite flair, but I would have thought that like his dribbling would have been better. Possibly his finishing would have been better. Never bettered his 15 goal season from before the game started. I'm surprised. I am very, very surprised by that. Right, so Rich, not long ago, a guy on my bus run to work at the time, a guy on your bus run to the work at the time, similar facial features, hair and tash the same, must have been a Rush devotee, or a love child. A love child, perhaps. So Zenergy says you've never rated him, to be honest. I mean, I feel like Rafael Leao still feels very much like untapped potential. There is a very, 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 very good player in there. I've never really seen him wow me, but never disappoint majorly. But I would have thought he was better in FM. But Alessandro De Lucia is a left winger, left-footed, very, very quick, great agility and balance. He is not first team ready. He is a long way off. Composure, decisions, first touch, finishing, passing, those things are all just kind of a little bit skew if I'm to be completely honest. Paolo Benato. Why does that name ring a bell? I wonder if that's a face in the game person. That name sounds familiar. Paolo Benato is an inverted winger. He's not particularly excellent physically. Doesn't help out defensively. Good technique. Good decisions. Good flair. 23 years old. You probably want him to be better than he currently is. You want him to be better in things like passing, vision, dribbling, first touch for a player in the attacking area at this level. I'm not convinced he's going to be great, but again, preseason is going to be a huge part of what we end up doing. Right, okay. Shall we play the mini game that Zerachul has just redeemed? Let's head on over the last mini game that's been prepared, and that is a round of top 10. So, for those that haven't been around before, let me explain how top 10 works. Relatively simple. Beneath me, you can see the word criteria. In a few moments, it's going to pop up a criteria, and I want you to name the players that match the top 10 for said criteria. Now, all you need to do is type the surname into chat. And I say this very, very specifically, because today's answer, all we need to worry about is surnames. We do need to spell those surnames correctly. It doesn't matter what case you put them in, so it could be all uppercase, all lowercase, a mixture. If a surname has a grave accent in it, for example, over the E, any kind of accents, that doesn't matter either. You can include them, you can not include them. It will still pick it up either way. Now, the reason I say surnames is because this is a slightly special criteria, something a little bit different to what we've done before. So just to be prepared, make sure you listen as I talk about what today's criteria is that we're going to reveal in a couple of seconds. This is the most Serie A goals by surname. So if we were talking, for example, about the Laudrups, there was more than one Laudrup, so all the Laudrups goals combined would be what we were looking at. And so the early guess that comes in for Baggio, absolutely fantastic. And Nightcrawler there picks up on Gunnar Nordahl as well, which is an absolutely fabulous guess there. Someone's picked up on Totti. There was only one Totti, but that surname, the Totti surname, gets in third, which is incredible. What other guesses have we got come through? We've got Piola, we've got Altafini, we've got Miazza, and this is what we're looking for. So think about surnames that maybe are kind of popular, because that Rossi, there were 38 Rossis who have combined for those 234 goals. So it's not necessarily going to be a single player that leads to that thing. So you're looking for names that might be common in Italy. We've got like Mancini, a fabulous guest there. Mancini's come through. Beautiful stuff. Mazzola we've got as well. Can we get the top spot? What is the most common scoring surname in Serie A history? And I think we've got a Coritiba coming through at the end. It is indeed Conti. So in first place, we've got Conti, Piola, Totti, Rossi, Baggio, Nordahl. There were two Nordahls, by the way. Gunnar Nordahl scored 225 goals, and his two brothers, combined for one. Mazzola, Mancini, Altafini, and Miazza rounding out the top 10. Wonderful work, guys. Wonderful work there. That was a slightly more tricky one. I must confess, something a little bit different. I hope that was okay. So Rich didn't hear the Serie A bit. Was wondering how Müller wasn't there. Only needs two of them. I was looking at similar for the Bundesliga. The surname Müller has combined for over 700 goals, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Right, let's have a look at Daniele Busa, a right-footed deep-lying forward. He is slow, but he is brave. Good teamwork, good first touch, good finishing. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe. Again, at this level, I'm not used to managing right at the top level, so I would expect that just kind of even at 21 for them to be better than this. So Francesco Senate, his contract expires in a year, and he's valued at basically nothing. He's valued at nothing despite being good at finishing, good technique. Yeah, a pretty underwhelming physical profile. He can carry the ball. Like, his ball control's good enough. Anticipation would need work. At 20, yeah, he's definitely not good enough for us at the moment, but he's got more potential for growth than some of the other players we've looked at. Diego Carmona is described as a wonder kid. He's resilient, 5'8", great acceleration and agility, good composure and off the ball. Those things are all very, very promising. Isn't going to be a physical presence, isn't going to be a target, so not great jumping or heading. But if we were to use two up top, could be a perfect little man. Dribbling's okay, first touch is okay. That's kind of the area we'd probably want to improve, along with like finishing as well. 19 years old, only got one appearance so far for Milan, but that looks like a player we could perhaps bring through the lines there, which would be nice. Bruno Conti, what a haircut he had, my word. So Leicester just saw that Brazil have sacked their coach, so Dorival is gone. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right, Georgia Antic. Georgia Antic is an advanced forward. Again, nothing exceptional from a physical profile point of view. He can jump, he can head, but he's not particularly strong. Good technique, good dribbling. Like, he can't cross, he can't pass. He can finish. So he can't. I wouldn't want him playing as a winger or an inside forward or any of those positions. But maybe there's a striker in there somewhere. Like solid, but I prefer the player. I prefer Carmona with at least the good like acceleration. Jovan Živković, 23 caps for Austria, 53 goals, 36 games for Milan, just 6 goals, now 25. He's got great pace, good agility. Again, nothing really stand out from a other attribute point of view. For 165k a week, I'm not that enthused. And then the youngest goal scorer in Champions League history, George Ilenikena. Now, he is fast, agile. He's also good in the air. Excellent, excellent dribbling, first touch technique. Great finishing off the ball. Ilenikena is a player I like. He is definitely a player I like. That's a good way to end that there. Now, having a look at the development centre, just one player recommended. That is Mano Baglieri, a fullback, can play on the right or left, is right-footed, good stamina, perfectly fine in terms of physicals, good determination, can cross, can't dribble. However, okay, so ball control. If we're looking to improve dribbling and first touch, if we look to improve dribbling and technique, it's just the one area that we need there. Potentially, I don't mind the look of Baglieri. I like Baglieri. I like the look of Baglieri. So let's have a look. I do apologise. So, Gerd Müller, 487 domestic goals. At his peak, his numbers were on par with Messi and Ronaldo. Absolutely. Great striker. So, Supreme Kwan says, more like a target forward booster. No dribbling as a deep lying forward. Indeed. Indeed. Nightcrawler says, Gerd, Dieter, Hansi, Thomas Müller was the best poacher of all time. Could you imagine them all combined? That would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. Oh, DM Basis just had the player history bug on your save. I just can't have good luck with FM. What is the player history bug? I'm just going into Season 3. The player history stats for every player in the game for the last 2 seasons has just wiped. Wow, that's annoying. That is annoying. That is very, very annoying. Yeah, how on earth does that happen? How on earth does that happen? So we can see now, we've got our first game on the 17th of August. So it's just over like 6 weeks away. We open up away against Juventus. We're going to want to organise games. There's about 3 weeks until the first of the training camp in China. Let's have a look. So if we look at our scouted players list, that we pick up a list of just 100 players having newly arrived to the team, which is always a little bit annoying. But I'm sure there's something we can do with this. However, that very much feels like a Monday kind of stream to do, right? That is definitely a Monday stream. We are now at 10 o'clock. I need to add some lemons to my shopping. It's going to be arriving tomorrow morning. But we are definitely in a good spot. Let's do a very, very quick little recap. So we finished our final season with Darmstadt. We were knocked out the semi-finals of the Conference League. We secured 7th place in the league for the 2nd season running on goal difference, meaning that European football will be there for the new manager, hopefully to build on the work that we've done. We applied to Tottenham, we applied to AC Milan, and it was the latter who came forward and offered us a job. And so here we are, heading into what will be season 9. We are the new AC Milan manager, which is crazy. Very, very crazy. We're going to have to do some transfer planning. We're going to have to do some transfer planning with very, very limited information. So that's what we're going to be heading into on Monday. So I expect that next week's schedule is going to be very much the same as what we usually do. So Monday evening, Wednesday evening, Friday evening, 6 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It won't be Greenwich Mean Time, will it? Don't the clocks change this weekend? It's a British summertime. There won't be an FMNL game next week for us. It's a catch-up week for those that haven't been able to play their games so far, so it should be a relatively normal schedule. But over in Discord, I will be posting the schedule up on Sunday evening, along with information about the upcoming charity streams as well, which will be happening in mid-April. So if you want more information, I do recommend you head on over into that as well. One last thing as well, because we're going to close off the stream here over on YouTube, and then over on Twitch we're going to raid out. But maybe you don't want to raid out. And I understand that. Maybe you don't want to go and watch someone else. You need your Musterman fix. I don't quite understand that. That feels weird. I've had enough of me today. But if for whatever reason you want to see more of me, there's today's video, should be appearing in the chat as well. So we've just done a video based on the save of Ladislav Almasifan, where we take a look at his Atlanta side facing off against Jurgen Klopp's Internazionale, and how we can make adjustments, staying true to the tactical structure, to counteract some of the difficulties that might be there. So yeah, that's cool. Thank you very, very much, everyone who dropped along. It's been lovely to see you. FMGNG, Quadmo, Zeratrol, DM Basis, Rich, Account 527, welcome on in. I'm very sorry for the timing there. The Cafes, DM Base, I'm going to say your name again because I'm really, really rubbish at remembering the names I've said. Nightcrawler, Lestry, Supreme Quan, Hung Domin, Cora Tiba, Willspin, Win, everyone who's been in this evening, thank you very, very much. Zeratrol as well, Zenergy, all the lurkers, really, really appreciate it. To YouTube, I